when I saw a beautiful mover run down the street and just say, thank you.
Okay, you are stubborn.
I'm okay with that. If that means I'm stubborn, because it served me. You work out. It's almost like you deplete yourself. When you run on the earth and with the earth, you run forever. But 22 kilos, you've busted your luggage allowance, but you're running along with it. You're like a bull in a china shop, literally. Bearing in mind, the brain isn't mature until, they used to say age 25. Some are now saying 26. Some are saying 27.
For men, it's 30, as they say.
So, well, that explains a lot. No, I retract.
Welcome to the Visionary Podcast, where we discuss science, medicine, physical health, and mental well-being. Helen Hall, before we dive into the technical brilliance, I have to ask, you've been called everything from movement detective to the queen of efficiency. Yeah, I love that, the queen of efficiency. If you had to introduce yourself to someone at a dinner party, someone who hasn't heard of you before, how would you describe what you do?
So nobody's heard of me. I am just Helen Hall, and what I do is not a thing, it's a way of thinking. So I simply find what might be in the way of whatever they want to achieve. And that could be freedom from pain, that could be faster running times, that could be climbing up Mount Kilimanjaro, whatever it might be. I set about trying to find, through thinking better, what might be stopping them from achieving their goals. And at the very root of it all is just the desire to help. So I have this sort of almost innate need to help. Like just as we were discussing earlier, that you said something about yourself, and I just thought, oh, well, I might have an idea about that, because it's like almost like a compulsion. I need to help.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The reason I'm teary now, because yes, Helen suggested that she might be able to help me with my sleep problems. That's why I look a little bit funny. But so you're a problem solver then?
Yes, that's a nice way of putting it. Yes, I didn't think of it like that, but that's exactly, I'm not an ist in any way, because I use whatever tool might be needed. I explore problems. I start from the start point of movement, and then it goes from there to wherever it needs to go. Yeah, so problem solver, absolutely. In fact, interestingly, one of the online courses I've produced is called the Troubleshooting Checklist. So yes, that would definitely come under the banner of problem solving.
Yeah, that's what a detective does, right? You also have a 40 years of experience as a movement therapist and a running coach. I'm looking at some of your biography now. It reveals a remarkable path. You were in the Royal Air Force as an air traffic control officer, where you won the Sash of Honor, right?
I did.
You were a fitness instructor, massage therapist, lymphatic therapist, cycle coach, ultra marathoner, with such a diverse background across fitness, therapy, and endurance sports. Which part of this lengthy journey that shaped how you view movement today?
Well, it all started when I was 6. I remember when I was 6 and I had this red bucket with a yellow handle, and I would make rose petal poultices, and they stank to high heaven. But if anybody had any kind of hurt, I would put my rose petal poultice on their hurt to make them better. I was always the doctor and the nurse, and I was never the patient. Still, hopefully, touch wood, never the patient. So there was this desire to help from as long as I can remember, and then a desire to move. So when I was in junior school, I wanted to run the mile, but we weren't allowed because we were too young. I mean, how mad is that? So I walked the mile with some silly fast walk as fast as I could go, got the record, and then when we moved from Gloucester to a rural village in Warwickshire, and then I was allowed to run down the back lane on my own. I was 13. And then the movement exploration started then. No formal education at all on anything to do with helping or movement or looking after people. I just did it. And I would run and play and think, well, that's not as comfortable. That's better. What's easiest? I was forever finding easiest. So I've been called Queen of Efficiency. I was the self-proclaimed Queen of Efficiency. Everything I did needed to be as efficient as possible. I don't want to expend any extra energy or time doing something that could be easier or quicker. Some might say I'm innately lazy, but I've never stopped learning. And I've never stopped exploring, well, how far could I go? So somebody said, oh, you couldn't do that. Okay, well, I'm Yorkshire, so that was red rag to a bull. So I thought I'll give it a go, and I did do it. And then people would say, oh, you can't go that far in, for instance, barefoot shoes. So I tested the theory that you couldn't, and it turned out you could. So my journey evolved almost out of stubbornness, almost out of, you can't do that. And I would say, well, why? Why can't I? Are you sure? Let's have a go. See what happens. I was told you couldn't nose breathe a marathon and get a half decent time. And I thought, wow, doesn't make any sense. Our nostrils are amazing. They do amazing things to our physiology. You think, I think I could. And I was on for a halfway decent time, but I got bored. So it turns out I run out of interest, out of self-exploration, and for the beautiful views and the nature, not for industrial flyovers around Amsterdam.
Yes.
So the journey has been random and yet almost held together by the threads of curiosity and the drive to find better more efficiently.
Is that what you do when you see patients in your clinic, analyze their emotions?
Yes. Yes, I live it, dream it, think about it all the time. But I'm not looking at the movement patterns critically. I'm not, oh dear, look at that. It's, oh, now then, I wonder how that movement fits in with the perhaps pain pattern they're presenting with. So a lot of my work is solving chronic pain that doesn't seem to be responding to all standard traditional protocols. And so what I do is I look at how the pain area fits within the whole moving person. And because what I've learned in all these years I've been doing it, so many, just because somebody moves like that doesn't mean to say there's going to be any pain. Somebody could move like that and have pain on the other side to the person who is presenting. So say they've presented with pain in their right hip. Somebody could be making exactly the same shape as them, but the pain would be in their left hip or their foot on either side. There's no way of predicting where the pain is going to be, and indeed, even if there is going to be any pain. And that fascinates me.
Of course, it is fascinating to me now. So how do you tackle this? Do you trace the patterns that cause the pain kind of thing?
When you figure out, so the first thing to do is, if there is pain, figure out what kind of pain this must be. Because say I have tilted my shoulder up on the right. So say I'm presenting, standing still and moving, always with my right shoulder up. And the pain is in the right hip. Then I can think, oh, okay, so when the shoulder is elevated, because of how we're made, there's less shock absorption on that side. And there's an easy way to demonstrate this. but I'm sitting down. So I'll stay sitting down because of the mic, but it is, if you stand up and hoik your shoulder up and leave it there and just stand on one leg and just hang on to something, as you bend your knee, you won't get very far. As soon as the shoulder comes down, as you bend your knee, you'll go much further. So we have this, this wonderful way of moving where the side that's sending the weight over to the other side, we want the shoulder to be elevated. That's our sort of stable, strong, slightly more rigid, propelling side. And the other side, we have the shoulder down on that side, ready to receive the weight. And that's our soft, almost waiting to receive giving side. That's our shock absorbing side. And we swap. Yes. So if we didn't have rotations as well, we'd all walk like Jack the Lad or like a bit of a penguin. But because we're three-dimensional and we have a bit of rotation as well, it smooths it all out so it's not so obvious. So the person who's presenting with the right hip pain, who has, for instance, a right shoulder elevated, I'll be thinking, oh, okay, so that's more of a pulling pain, a rigid type. We probably need to soften that and close it down. But say the pain was on the left, I'd be thinking, oh, okay, that's more of a compressive pain. We need to open it up. So
there's art there more than science.
Well,
thinking of that chain reaction and how our bodies crave and need harmony. So the fact that the shoulder is way higher than the other one would ripple effects in another place.
Yes. Pain is so complex, it doesn't mean to say there is going to be any pain. So we can't say, oh, it's because it might be, but it's so multifactorial, we have to hold multiple ambiguous hypotheses to figure out the why in order to go in at the right level and not just go in at the hip. In my experience, when people come to see me, it's predictable that everybody's been looking at the hip. And for many people, in the first instance, if you look at where the pain is and maybe you do some strength work, maybe you do some stretching, it solves the problem. So great, wonderful. If that hasn't worked, it being weak or it being too short would seem to be not the problem. Yeah. Because otherwise it would have solved like it did for the other people. So it's then a question of, okay, well, how does it fit within the moving whole? Is there something within the moving whole body that is withholding that area from healing? Is it forever overburdened with the weight of you? Or is it forever being pulled by the weight of you not being in the right place at the right time? And to add insult to injury, stopping or limiting the amount of shock absorption as you switch from one leg to the other.
Hi, I'm Helen, your host today. If you're enjoying what you see, please hit that lovely subscribe button. It will mean a lot to us. Or maybe a small podcast now, but with your support, we can build this channel together, one step at a time. Thank you so much for being part of it. Does that mean that the area of the symptoms is not always the area that caused the pain?
Well, I deal with chronic pain. Nobody comes to me in the acute stages.
Yes.
It's chronic.
Persistent.
So, yeah. So in my experience, it's never the problem, the root cause of the pain is never where the pain is.
Wow.
The pain is the outcome of something else happening within the system.
Yeah, it's like a chain reaction kind of thing.
Yes.
So if I present to you with a knee pain, let's say, how would you determine, of course, then we're seeking a generalized, simplified answer. How would you determine whether it's the problem is up the chain in the pelvic area or maybe in the foot?
Well, you can't know until you've checked everything.
Yes.
So you have to hold...
because it's all possible, you're trying to tell me. It can be anywhere.
It can be
and you need
anywhere
to be a detective.
Within the whole system. So you look, you watch all of the movements and you see where movement is happening and where movement isn't happening. The easiest place to start is, what does the frame look like when standing still? What does the frame look like when moving? Everything should change when moving. So anything that stays the same from static to motion is of great interest. So why is that shoulder staying up? Okay, it was standing. When standing still, it was elevated. Now the person is moving, it's still elevated. It's never coming down. Okay. Why? Is there any ancient injury history, a broken arm, a broken wrist, or surgery that had the arm in a position with an elevated shoulder, protective, guarding, protecting against pain, all of those things? Is it residual from that and the body forgot to let go? Which is entirely possible. And in my experience, it didn't let go because of something else. So you keep going back, you keep going further and further back until you get to the beginning. And invariably, not all the time, because there are no absolutes in movement, we don't know everything yet. So every single modality that exists out there has value and is incomplete. Everything, because we don't know everything yet. So nothing is complete, which is really exciting, because all we can do is learn more and connect more. So to go back to the beginning, then you might think, okay, maybe it's being held there by something that's invisible, not an old injury, not any trauma to the area that may have resulted in, say, a shoulder being elevated.
Tension,
absolutely. But why? You just keep going. You keep going back and back. Why? So for instance, I don't know why I picked a right shoulder, but we'll go along with the flow of the right shoulder. So then I might notice that the person has got this kind of habit and they're touching their mouth or the space between their nostril and their lips, or they've got a little goatee beard and they're fiddling with it all the time. And I'm thinking, this is very curious. So they have this hand-to-mouth habit. And then I'll bring in a little conversation about maybe back to early days. And I'll say, and they might have given me a clue that they had to have a few teeth extracted because there wasn't quite enough room for all of their teeth. And you think, well, why wouldn't there have been quite enough room for all of their teeth? That's a bit odd. We're meant to have enough room for all of our teeth. So why wouldn't there be any room for their teeth, or enough room for all of their teeth? And then I say, so was there perhaps a thumb sucking habit? And their eyes might pop out of their head. How did you know? And of course, the hand is still there. I mean, they're literally, the thumb isn't going in anymore because they're all grown up, but the hand is still there fiddling. And so this is, for me, a mouth-soothing element of movement development. So it started off thumb sucking and maybe with a blankie, and then they grew up and they may have bitten their nails or chewed. I had one lady recently, she said she destroyed Bic pens. And so she knew, she said, as soon as I said mouth soothing need, I didn't even have to ask if she'd done anything. She just spontaneously said, I destroyed Bic pens.
I had that too. Yeah, sucking this thumb for years and years. Yes. Even when I was 9 years old, I kept the habit for longer than I'd like to admit.
Yes. And so this is highly relevant.
Is it?
So there's this mouth soothing need that happens, and maybe you grow up and you get terribly controlled. You don't bite your nails, you don't chew pens anymore, you don't suck sweeties all day long, you don't chew gum endlessly. But maybe you chew the inside of your mouth, or maybe you chew your tongue, or maybe you do nothing in the day, but at night you clench your jaw and or grind your teeth. And maybe the dentist has said to you that you've got to wear a mouth splint to protect your teeth. And then I'll think, oh, I wonder if the jaw is tighter on the side that stays elevated. And it's a rule of thumb because it can be the opposite.
Yes.
For a variety of slightly more complex reasons. And when we're talking hypothetically, you can end up down a rabbit hole. So we'll keep it really simple. So I will test for the hand-to-mouth connections. And let's say, sure enough, the test is tighter on the right than the left. So there's this tension between the shoulder blade and the throat, which makes the shoulder stay elevated. Because when I learned about the shoulder blade, there were two moments in anatomy class, and I know you like anatomy. So the first one was I had a rather nebulous concept of where the shoulder joint was. So we're going back, I don't know how many decades now, 4 more. And it was, well, where's a shoulder joint? Yes, well, it's sort of here on the side of my body. I had no idea the shoulder joint was in the shoulder blade. As far as I was concerned, the shoulder blade was at the back and my shoulder was on my side. So that was a moment in class, and I remember it so well. And I wanted the teacher to stop talking so that I could just take in this monumental piece of information that my shoulder joint was in my shoulder blade. Now, many people might know this already. In my experience, I think only one client who's come into my clinic has ever known this. So I wasn't alone in this vagueness on a shoulder joint. We know where a hip joint is and a knee joint and an ankle joint, and the shoulder was much vaguer. And then the second time I was, okay, the world needs to stop. Just everybody calm down, because I've just learned that there are 17 muscles attached to the shoulder blade. And if you Google it, some sites say 16. And I do worry about AI.
That's many.
It's not always correct.
No.
So, and they all seem to be copying and pasting the same error. And then,
it's true, because they're grabbing information from the internet,
of course,
from Google.
And they were missing what I think could be, because what do I know? I am, I don't know how you pronounce it, but I think it's Itzhak Bentov. He was an engineer scientist. He is an engineer scientist, and he wrote Stalking the Wild Pendulum. It's an amazing book. There was an equation that Einstein was trying to solve, and nobody could solve this equation. He came along and thought, I'll give it a go and see what happens. And he solved it. But he never went to school. He was booted out of kindergarten, age 3. And he says he was unfettered by higher learning. And I loved that. There was no lead. Nobody was taking him by the hand and saying A to B to C to D, linearly learning this, then that, then that. And when I read that, I felt freed by my lack of formal, university qualifications. I was in the Air Force when I was 18 in 2 weeks. So my place at university, I said, no, thanks, I'll join the Air Force instead. And I won't study physics and meteorology after all. I'll just go and be an air traffic control officer. So off I went. And I've always, for a long time, I was, okay, well, I haven't got a degree. What do I know? But now I'm so happy I haven't, because my self-education has been free to go where I am most curious. I can't answer that question. Where can I go to find more information to answer that question? And so I've meandered my way through, bumped into things. There's always been a theme, but no preconceived path. It's just evolved quite organically.
You just mentioned something about joint mechanics, and I read that you simplified the complexities of joint mechanics, and there's a lovely analogy that you used, something like joints as doors. Some are closed and some are shut. Please share this concept with us. How do you explain this?
When joints open, so if we bend a knee,
yes,
we can have give into our knee. We can have softness. And if we extend the knee, so we lock the knee out, then we have rigidity. So as we move from one foot to another, we must have some joints that are providing the stability for us to propel off, and some joints that have the softness and the ability for us to land and not self-jar. So if all of our joints were open, we'd be like floppy jellyfish, Indian rubber man, just, unable to stand up straight. But if all of our joints were closed, then we would be like, Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, all rigid and stuck. And so I see movement as a dance, an exchange of doors, some doors opening, some doors closing. And the exploration of movement is to see, well, what doors stay closed? What doors stay open? And the question is it born of joint restrictions, or is it born of movement patterning deep inside the brain, which is holding those joints open or closed? So just because a joint stays open or closed doesn't mean to say it's the joint's fault. It might be the wiring in the brain's fault. It's doing it for our best. It's serving our best interests.
Protecting something.
It is, because that shoulder blade is connected to the throat. Okay. There's two guy ropes going from the hyoid bone, which wraps in front of your food pipe and your air pipe, and attaches to the top inside edge of your shoulder blade. So as we move, and that makes sense that the hyoid bone, very cool bone, it's the only bone in the human body not attached to another bone. It's the bone that gets fractured when you're strangled.
Oh.
Yeah. So we can, which is awful, and we can see how important it is. So this is a seriously important bone, and there's relevance to this with the right shoulder. So this bone here, it needs to be able to move around because we need to be able to breathe and swallow no matter where our head is. So it moves around and it's attached to the shoulder blade at the back. So and the bone is where the tongue attaches to. So the tongue is a very cool muscle because it apparently never gets tired. If my babbling is anything to go by. So the tongue is attached to the hyoid bone. And the tongue is the only muscle in the human body that's only attached to a bone at one end.
Really?
So yeah. So this is a very cool area, and it's connected to the shoulder blade at the back. Yeah. So when the hand to mouth connection on the right side is wired tight, it pulls the jaw up on that side, which pulls the hyoid up, which pulls on the shoulder blade. And the shoulder can't go down because this area, the hyoid bone area, will win because this is survival. So it's all about the hierarchy, the totem pole of sustainable life. And if this has any tension on it for some reason, then whatever else it's attached to will have a restriction of some description. So often a knee problem, a hip problem, an ankle problem isn't the knee, hip, or the ankle. It is a shoulder that cannot drop down. It cannot relax because the hyoid is being pulled up on that side, and so the shoulder will go with it.
That's quite the investigation. That's why you deal with chronic pain. I could see now how surgeons, doctors, and physios would, in a way, fail, let's say, to discover the root cause of pain, but you can. You have your own techniques, your clues, you use high-tech technology in detecting pain, but you also use intuition and art and like all the senses that you have in deciphering the real problem. Now, I'm still interested in the joints mechanics and the analogy of closing doors and opening doors. So even when we're running, there are some joints that are open and some are closed.
Yeah, always. Otherwise you can't move. So the propelling leg has a knee joint, for instance, if you've got knee extension of closed joints. The foot should have closed joints because it becomes a propelling rigid lever. But when you land on it, so when you're running, my tech tells me you've got about 0.25 to maybe 0.3 of a second time in contact with the ground. And you've got to transform from a flexible adapter, soft, joints open, into a rigid lever to propel off efficiently.
Yeah. Do we need to learn how to run? Isn't it intuitive when we used to run from predators as cavemen?
Yeah, absolutely. It's innate. It's an innate movement pattern. It's organized for us, available to us. I always talk about when we learn how to walk, it's to great applause. And then there's the parents don't even notice when the toddler or the infant is suddenly running. They've gone from walking and toppling to running without you even realizing it. It just happens spontaneously as all of our movement development happens. It's not really spontaneous. It's along a DNA-driven timeline of movement emergence. And running, which is just getting airborne, it's still putting one foot in front of the other. You just happen to be airborne and then land on one foot. And it seems to be innate in us as a bipedal mammal. Okay. So yes, we don't have to learn how to run. We just do it.
If it's so ingrained in us, why do some of us or most of us get it wrong? Like I've discovered through researching this episode, and I'm a very keen runner. I've been running for ages. And like, I dare say I enjoy it at the very end, but I've discovered that I've been making so many mistakes. Where is the flow here?
So I don't think there is a wrong or a right way to run. That doesn't really make any sense. That would seem like there's a wrong or a right way to walk. And it is when we see fluid, flowing, organized movement, and then we see it against awkward, clunky, laborious movement, there's not a right or a wrong. There's a more efficient and a less efficient. So you look at somebody who is finding it very difficult and wondering, well, why? Why is this innate movement difficult for them? What is missing? What is stuck? Either joints, too open, too closed, or what innate movement patterning within the depths of the brain. It's almost like a filing cabinet. You go deep, deep, deep into the basal ganglia, and then all of these movement patterns apparently get filed away there to be used whenever we want. So why is their movement awkward?
Yeah, give me examples now of the poor running habits that we hold on to and prevent us from being super efficient.
Well, I think we are the biggest problems.
But yeah, we cause it all.
We get in our way. My friend Chris Ruthven used to say, we get in our way all the time. We think we ought to be doing stuff. We think it should look like this, therefore we must do it like that.
We were told that this is a way to do it at some point in life, and no one else contradicted this idea. So I thought, okay, it's in my head, I should be doing this. And that's how we acquired knowledge.
Yes. And to a certain extent, we have evolved with mimicry. So we copy idols, we copy what everybody else is doing. So part of it is that is an innate element of our behavior. And we get told stuff and we believe it. And I hear in clinic, but they sounded so confident.
Yeah, think, most of them do.
Yes. So, but did you feel it better? And if you're here, then you're still looking for the answer. So intuitively, you knew, well, that wasn't the answer for you. So the key here is there's that beautiful quote that Jim Quick said of his client Jim Quick, the brain guy, the amazing brain guy. And one of his clients said to him, we are drowning in information and starving for wisdom. So there's all this deluge of information out there about what running should be and how to do it. And you will either question it, like me, I question everything, not to be obnoxious, but just to, well, are you sure?
Out of curiosity.
Yeah. So, and always I think if you scratch the surface and it doesn't quite make sense, then we need to ask more questions and learn more.
Yeah, till we're confident enough and efficient enough to do something.
Yeah. So one of the this is how you run out there is you've got to pump your elbows.
No?
Yeah. No.
Oh,
Yeah.
it doesn't help.
For the person who might have been hands very high or it was all about the twist and their body kind of wiggles along, then that cue may well have organized their movements a little bit better and helped them. But if your upper body movement is fine, if you start pumping your elbows with rigidity, you actually are limiting your innate movement pattern and you're making it harder.
The choice here is relevant to the personality itself, to the pertinent to how I move as a Hala, whether I will need to swing my arms or not.
Yes, the
It's
question
like personalizing the run.
Yes. Okay. So the only person who's important here is you. So
Yes.
What does your body need? Does it need to do anything? Maybe your arms are completely fine as they are. Leave them alone. Nothing wrong with your arms. I haven't seen you run, but maybe there's nothing wrong with your arms, but you heard that you're meant to pump your elbows. And we see on the television stiff hands.
Yes.
Well, as soon as there's stiffness, can you feel the tension? Straight away. You have rigid hands and now the shoulders are rigid. Now the muscles into the neck are rigid. Then I've got rigidity around my jaw and then everything is
difficult.
Even my feet have become rigid.
Yeah. And this takes away an energy that could be used to achieve efficiency.
You're literally running against the tension that you've just generated within your own system, which to me seems illogical, inefficient, hard work, and it probably isn't that comfortable.
With no gain at all.
No.
I have this feeling that your time in the Royal Air Force shaped your no-nonsense approach. I have a beautiful quote here for you. If you think you can do it, you probably can. But you work with people who were told that they will never run again. How would you bridge the gap between optimism and possibility, and on the other hand, reality?
Well, if you think you can't, you probably won't. So it becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. And because we don't know everything yet, who says? I just can't accept that just because somebody says, you can't, that is the truth. So Ian McGilchrist has an amazing quote on the truth. And in the world of knowledge and discovery, he says the pathway to the truth is logic, science, intuition, and imagination.
Even imagination.
Even imagination, because the scientists have to have the imagination to even come up with the research parameters to wonder about what they intuited could work, could happen. I wonder if. So they have to have the intuition and the imagination to create the experiments that creates the science and the knowledge that we have and the reasoning during the experiments to figure stuff out. Yeah. And he says, and Ian McGilchrist, who's this amazing philosopher and neuroscientist, he says it's equal parts reasoning, logic, science, imagination, and intuition. Equal parts. So the truth, if I use my intuition and somebody is telling me you can't, and I scratch the surface and I think, based on what? Is that logical? Is it really? It's like that, the Byron Katie, are you sure that's true? Are you really, really, really sure? And then you think, well, no, I'm not sure. Maybe I can. And maybe in their world, in the context of how they see bodies moving, and they have a preconception, a perception that running is impactful on whatever joint they might be worried about. Well, it might be excessively impactful if the joint is always closed. it might be impactful if the legs feel like heavy lead the whole time and they're being dragged along. So, but then the question is, well, why is that joint always closed? Or why are the legs always feeling like you want to go for a run, but the legs don't want to? The legs aren't willing. Why? Because it's an innate movement pattern. So if somebody said to me, you should never bungee jump again. Well, a bungee jump isn't an innate movement. A bungee jump is mad and bonkers and people love it and that's fine. But in the context of innate movement patterns, how can somebody say to another human, you should never do an innate movement pattern again?
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. So then you think, well, I wonder if I explored a bit more, I could find a way, because the consultant might be saying that absolutely from the best, most caringest portion of his body, really looking after you, but he's bringing his preconceptions with him and he thinks that's going to hurt you and it's going to damage you. And in his experience, there's nothing else to do apart from stop.
Yeah.
So then you think, okay, everybody brings to the table their learnings. So then maybe you need to explore some more. And I think that the most valuable lesson, one of the most valuable lessons I learned about learning. So I was trying to learn something very, very complex. I'm thinking, how on earth? I had this book on embryology and I was page 1, introduction, first paragraph, and I'm there. I'm thinking, yes, this is exciting. I'm with you. Second paragraph, page 1 of the introduction, I'm utterly lost. Absolutely, I've got no idea what they're talking about. So I went and did a course learning how to learn. And I learned so much, it was extraordinary. And one of the things that I learned from learning how to learn was you have to learn for as many sources as you can.
Wow, I'm really impressed because you found a text that you couldn't decipher and you didn't blame the text that this is beyond my understanding or anyone's understanding. It's you found the fault in you. Okay, let's learn how to learn.
Yes.
Okay, you are stubborn.
Well, I'm okay with that. If that
That's
means
amazing.
I'm stubborn, because it served me.
I said it lovingly. It's
Yes.
a positive thing to have.
I received it with the love that you gave it to me. Thank you. It was a revelation that I wasn't to learn this from that person, and then that's it. I can learn this from that person, that person, that person, that person. And I always say to people I work with, don't believe me, believe you.
Yeah.
Take whatever you want from what I'm showing you, explore it, play with it, and your experiential learnings will evolve because you're going to believe you.
Yes.
How you feel.
We should start trusting our intuition over authority.
And not believing somebody just because they sound confident. And especially me, if I sound confident, it's like, no, don't believe me. What does it feel like in you? What do you feel? What do you notice? What are you aware of that you weren't aware of before?
Yeah, and when we start questioning old narratives about our bodies, our recovery might accelerate. And it would be as if mindset itself is part of the therapy.
Well, you're a girl after my own heart there.
Helen, you've had many firsts. You co-founded a bike fitting studio and you were Europe's only female advanced bike fitter. What kind of bias did you notice when you embarked into this male-dominated domain?
Well, being ex-Air Force, I was used to it. I think that what was obvious was that we do it like this. The world, not the bike fitting world I learned from, Dan Enfield, who was the inventor of the first tri-bike, TT bike, and the triathlon wetsuit that you could swim front crawl in. So he is an amazing innovator and free thinker. But the cycling world, many industries have we do it like this. There's a way. This is how we do it, and that's that.
Everything is molded already.
Yes, and I approached it from the position of movement. So, and a bike, we love the bike. I love cycling. The bike is not even remotely an innate movement pattern. We weren't born to ride a bike. It was somebody's concept. It's great fun and we love it. However, this is a completely man-made sitting on a saddle, leaning forward on handlebars and going round and round and round and round like a little hamster is not an innate movement pattern. And the bikes were never built with the ergonomics of the human in mind. They were built with concepts of what if we turn the wheel and the chain and the pedal and the foot and the turning wheel can't bump into each other, all sorts of engineering kind of things rather than sort of more the bioengineering. So I had a lot of questions,
of course,
because I was approaching from the world of, but we bring the human and plonk it on the bike. And really what we need to be doing is figuring out why the human is sat on the bike looking like that. Can we help the human before he even gets on the bike? And can we then arrange for the bike to fit the human rather than make the human fit the bike?
Okay, because the human is the original invention.
Yes.
Original entity.
Yes.
Okay.
And we do fun things like in TT position, in time trial position, where you're sort of leaning forward in that sort of aero position.
It looks so cool, I have to
say.
It
does. It looks, and it's very cool to do too. And I would adjust the thumb. So the person would be pedaling away there, and I'd adjust their thumb on the triathlon extensions and the tri-bar extensions, and they would have more power to the pedal because we could measure the power output, and minds would be blown, not because I was being clever, but because I understood more than perhaps they did about the connectivity of the human body. And the thumb is connected to the shoulder blade, is connected to the rib cage, is connected to the spine, connected to the pelvis, which is connected to the foot. So we have this sort of chain of events from the thumb all the way down to the foot. And I'm passionate about tongues. I seem to be using it endlessly. So I'm passionate about tongues, and I would have them get more power to the pedal by pushing their tongue up on the roof of their mouth. Really? On an Ironman, I would recommend that they rested their head, which is heavy, on their tongue rather than hang their head or strain to hold their head. They would just put their tongue firmly on the roof of their mouth, and it would give the neck muscles a rest because the tongue is so strong and is the beginning.
I'm trying to do it right now. See how I feel.
And so if you put your hand on your belly, so you relax your belly and you relax your tongue, and then you push your tongue straight up on the ridgy bit behind your teeth firmly, really firmly. Can you feel your abs engage? Push, push, push. You feel it?
Yeah, slightly.
And then you let go. So let go of the tongue. So you might need to do it a couple of times, and the belly will relax. And then, so you push the tongue up.
And this would relax the head for the purpose of efficient running?
For efficient cycling, because you're not wasting energy holding your very heavy head up in that tucked aero position. Every time you want more power, use your tongue. Don't try harder.
Really?
Trying harder sends shoulders up to ears. Tongues, they're always with you. They're so helpful. So there's a within the world of skeletons and muscles and soft tissue, there's anatomy trains, Thomas Meyer's work, and he's identified a very strong line of fascia in dissection that goes from the tongue,
Fascia, this muscle?
So the fascia, all of the stuff in our bodies that isn't muscles and tendons and ligaments, everything else. So a deep line of connective tissue, if you like, that goes from the tip of the tongue all the way through the abs, splits in the pelvis to go down the inside of your legs, all the way down to the underside of your feet to the tips of your toes. So in dissection, it's easily held together. So they call it anatomy trains, and they call it the deep front line. So we are connected by these deep lines of superficial and deep lines of fascia. These are models. The musculoskeletal system is a model. It doesn't stand alone though, and we have the fascia, and we have the organs, and we have the brain with the innate movement patterns. It's and. Nothing, if you put it into a box of this is the model or the area, musculoskeletal or osteopathy, so bones, or surgery, cutting people open, whatever the discipline is, whatever the professional discipline is, it's that and everything else. Yeah. It's where is the joined upness of all of those amazing disciplines talking to each other so that we can see the entire unit. So the knee problem isn't the knee. We've established it's not the knee because we've done everything to the knee and nothing is wrong with the knee. We've had the scan and now, no, we've had the surgery. No, nothing, your knee's fine, but clearly it's still not. So what is it? If it's not the knee, it's got to be something else. So this goes back to the very, very beginning of the conversation. How can you tell if it's underneath the knee in the foot or above the knee somewhere? And it'll be in the movements. You'll see the movements. So I remember working with a professional footballer, Premiership. And he'd had something ridiculous like 6 surgeries in a matter of, I think it was a year or less than 2 years, a ridiculous amount of surgeries. And he had the highest arches I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Arches of his feet. So rigid feet, high arched, rigid foot. And I said, okay, so what have you done with your feet?
Nothing, probably.
Nobody's looked at your feet, which is, they're underneath your knee. And there are 33 joints.
And he was a footballer, so he kicks the ball with the feet.
So 33 doors. 33 doors underneath his knee joint, which is one door. So,
and those people have like professional advanced physios, right?
Yes. So again, we come back to everybody has something positive to bring to the table. Everybody has a voice. Everybody's done all this wonderful learning. And everything is incomplete. So if we just everybody take a breath, okay, it's all incomplete. So can we just keep talking to each other, keep opening the doors, not of joints now, but literally of awareness of everything else around the site of the problem. So and in my dreams, we start not by looking at the problem. We look at the entire being right from the get-go.
This is such a paradigm shift because you're telling me this idea of the continuity of the whole body. We're not assembled parts, we're a whole. And it challenges the reductionist view of anatomy. Well,
of course, anatomy is, the Latin is, I believe, parts. So the root of our word anatomy is effectively body parts. And of course, in dissection, we can see all of these parts. Absolutely fascinatingly, I think it's about 10 years ago, some very bright anatomist decided instead of dissecting away all the stuff leaving the muscles, the tendons, and the ligaments, and the bones, of course. They would take the muscles, the tendons, the ligaments, and leave the stuff, all of that connective tissue stuff, leave it there. And it turned out they couldn't find the elbow ligaments. And it turned out that the elbow ligaments were a product of how dissection has been taught since, I believe, the 19th century.
Okay.
And then you think, oh my goodness.
We haven't evolved since then.
We appear to have got stuck. And is it time to just shake it up a little bit and maybe join the dots of all of this wealth of information we have? Because there's no doubt about it. We have more information, but because it's being, as you say, reduced into, okay, you're in this box and this box and this box. I worked with a lady who had a knee problem, and she was about to have a surgery on her knee. And she was very worried because she'd actually never hurt her knee. She'd only hurt her ankle, and she'd hurt her ankle quite badly. And the very eminent, he was an eminent professor, she questioned the arrangement of the ankle to align the knee, because the knee needed realigning. And his response was that of, if there's any problem afterwards, I'll send you to the ankle specialist. And I have crawled into a corner of the room because it's simply at the other end of the same bone, but it's a different department. And I think that this is where things slightly unravel.
Yes.
And it's not through anybody's fault. It just, things got separated, and you can rabbit hole and go deep, deep, deep into certain areas. But then at some point, you've got to bring it all back together again.
Do you think women have a different kind of awareness to coaches?
Oh, that's a really good question.
I'm not trying to be a sexist here or take advantage of, but...
Well, they do talk about a woman's intuition.
Yeah, and emotional skills.
I don't think there's even any separation between movement. So it's got to the point where we've even boxed it into physical issues and mental issues. And I don't think that I think that there is a much blurrier separation between those two than this is physical and this is mental.
Would you be able to tell someone is mental or emotional state by looking at them running?
Well, of course, you have postures. So a posture of withdrawal or sadness might be reflected in their general sort of, I call it almost soggy running. They're
crumbled.
It's soft, isn't it? So to flex and withdraw and go inwards, we have to soften. And then that runner might be a very soft, doors open type runner, because that's of their nature, and the ability to be. It's almost like I've had a lady say, I can't possibly stand up because I feel as if I'm being arrogant.
What is that
by
got to do with
standing
it,
up straight, not standing up straight deportment, just extending the spine, just easily erect. She literally felt as if that in her felt like she was presenting herself as arrogant. So we get into a very convoluted and intriguing area of thinking about things, where preconceptions once again play their part, and people get used to where they are without questioning. So they look in the mirror, they don't see this. They look in the mirror, they see their hair and maybe their tie, or maybe a mark on their dress or whatever it might be, but they don't see them. They don't see how they are holding themselves still, never mind moving. And very few people see themselves moving. maybe their partners or their friends might, oh, I can spot you walking down the street. I know it's you from 100 paces.
Yeah, how do I solve this problem? How do I see myself? How do I become more aware of my posture, how I move?
Well, we have all of this technology now and we use it. You video yourself.
Oh.
So you can get a friend to film you. You can film yourself. It's really easy now. It didn't used to be, but it's really, really and instant now. So we can see ourselves and it's not about looking at ourselves with criticism. It's with curiosity. Oh, do you know what? I noticed last week that shoulder was up or down or forward or back or what else might it be? That as I run towards the camera in my bare feet, as I walk towards the camera in my bare feet, let's stick with the knee. As I walk towards the camera, one set of toes are moving, they're lifting, and the ankle is kind of moving, and the other foot is doing nothing. Yes. The foot is inert. The toes aren't lifting, the ankle isn't flexing, nothing is happening. That foot is like, I don't know, a brick. No pain there. No pain there. The pain might be in that knee, might be in the other knee, because that leg isn't doing anything and the other leg is having to do everything. Or it might be that knee because the action of the foot is never helping the shin bone be at the right place at the right time, because the ankle flexion should be rotating the shin bone. So if it isn't rotating the shin bone, the thigh bone is being, squished at the top end of the knee joint over the shin bone, which isn't quite in the right place because it didn't rotate. So we have this repetitive things not quite being in the right place at the right time. But we are so robust, we are so well made that just a tiny little thing isn't going to be the thing that holds somebody in a chronic pain pattern. There's going to be this and this and this and this and this. They all might be related to only one or two things that are disorganized within the brain, but it will require invariably several elements that then create too much stress in that area. And even then, there might not have been pain for the person might have been moving like that for years and years and years and years. And then, well, why now? And it's just the tipping point. Yes. It's a brilliant book by Philip Ball called Critical Mass. There's a critical mass, a tipping point for everything, for a queue to get in the lift, for a bottleneck on the motorway, and for finally enough repetitions in that way, or now with a bit more intensity for then that area to think, oh, I can't do it anymore. It's just like, I'm going to hurt now, because you need to stop. I need to figure it out. What is going on? I am bearing the brunt of other areas in my body that aren't doing the job. It's not being shared with the whole body. It's being bulldozed into this one area bearing the brunt.
Yeah, so when they say, oh, you can't run because it's bad for your knees, for example, so it's not the running itself, and it's how we do it. And our job is to discover, why is the knee upset? What is the knee sacrificing itself for, kind of thing?
Oh, it's a lovely way of phrasing it. Oh, that's lovely. Yes, it's like, yes, we're going to sacrifice you for the rest of our body's happiness. Oh, yes. Yes, it's exactly that. So to say don't run because your knee hurts, I was told that when I had shin splints and sciatica, don't run. What kind of an answer is that if you want to run? Don't run. That's not an answer. It doesn't
solve the problems, right?
So we need to think a little bit better and wonder why. And why is it just that knee? You're not hopping. You're running. Why not the other knee? Why not both sides? And I have never in all my years seen anybody with bilateral equal pain. So there might be pain on both sides, maybe both hips, maybe both feet, maybe both knees. But it's never the same. Or one started and then the other joined in. It wasn't symmetrical, absolutely symmetrical, which is really interesting. So the question is there a model for pain in terms of structure? Well, there is, and there isn't, because we know that some people can have a structure and there's no pain. So we're on our way to understanding more, but it's incomplete. It's still incomplete. We still don't know everything. But it seems like if you do enough repetitions with enough intensity, or you're very, very long and you're not getting away with it, or you're very, very heavy and you're not getting away with it, then, okay, then pain, we could say, we're not surprised that pain is there. Yeah. We're not surprised. It doesn't mean there's going to be pain, but it seems like teeny tiny people get away with it for longer. But there's no absolutes, and some teeny tiny people don't. So it's a confusing place, which is very mysterious and exciting and full of potential. We just need to learn more.
Yeah. What I gleaned now from what you said is that our bodies are so desperate for harmony, balance. Yeah, you're obviously an authority on self-discovery. How many Ironman? Do we say Ironmans or Ironmen?
Ironmans.
Ironmans.
I think it's because
I'm not sure about it.
Yes, the product, the franchise, the product is Ironman.
Ironman, it's trademarked. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How many have you?
I've done 8.
8, including the hardest Ironman in the world in Spain.
It's considered, yes. It's said Lanzarote is considered the hardest bar Kona, which is the World Championships in Hawaii.
Yes.
So both sort of lava field, volcanic type environments, fairly brutal, hot, windy.
You faced extreme conditions there, including how many loose stops? I think you corrected me there. What did that experience taught you about human potential?
Well, that in the words of Ironman, anything is possible. So it literally was magnificent to be part of that world. On my very first Ironman, which was Austria, the reason I did Lanzarote the next year was because somebody asked, "Oh, which one did you do?" And I went, "Austria." "Oh, the soft one."
How very condescending.
And it was, okay, well, let's go find a hard one then if you think that's so soft. So on the first one, I was beaten by somebody 3 decades older than me at the time. I met him in the athletes' village after the finishing line. So 3 decades older than me. He beat me by 3 hours.
That's a lot.
And you think, wow. So it's very humbling. It's a great leveler. The thing about going very far is we tap into the thing that humans do best, which is keep going.
Yes.
It's the thing that we do best. We can just keep going. If you sprint, you can only sprint for so far, and then you'll sort of collapse in a heap exhausted. If you pace yourself, you literally can keep going. I think the record crossing the desert with no nutrition, no water, is 9 days. 9 days.
I believe that.
They kept going. Yeah. They were a walking skeleton with a black tongue. They were fully recovered, no lasting impact apart from maybe, the memory of it, which would probably be fairly traumatic, but no physical, no organ damage. The skin returned to normal. The mouth, the tongue returned to normal. The frame that he lived in, everything returned to normal.
Yeah, he probably didn't panic and exhaust his mental and emotional capacity. He kept going slowly with preserving energy, kind of thing. Yeah, I'm a big faster. I fast for 3 days when I can. So I totally believe that. But going back to the dude who beat you with 3 hours, are you trying to tell me that age is irrelevant in achieving running efficiency?
Irrelevant.
Totally irrelevant.
Utterly of no consequence at all.
I'm assuming that you have done something right or better than others in these races. What do you think that was?
So we're talking, 14. I think my fastest was 13 hours, 14 minutes or something like that.
That's so remarkable.
All day. At the slowest was 15 hours and all day. So invariably I'm finishing in the dark. So it wasn't that I was doing anything better than anybody else. I wasn't last, but I'm sort of towards the back for sure, because I'm just enjoying myself as much as I can. My goal was to finish looking as relaxed and as organized as I started.
Helen, hearing you saying that, I can't help laughing. When I finish my 1 hour run, I look devastated and I'm hunched over and I'm huffing and puffing and not like an agile horse or anything like that. So I totally get the need that, and I wish I looked better for vanity reasons, right?
Well, it's not even just vanity. I know that if I gave in to how I felt, tired, exhausted, nauseous, needing it to finish, but I'm not done yet. I'm not finished yet. The finishing line isn't there yet. If I'm going to make it as easy as possible, I have to hold form. I have to. So I was holding form, looking to all intents and purposes the same as the start of the marathon, which arrives after you've cycled 112 miles, which happened after you've swum 2.4 miles. So you've swum quite a long way, you've cycled for most of the day, then you start your marathon. So if I collapse in a heap, I'm going to make that marathon even harder. And that's all it is. It's even harder. It's hard enough. So I know how to use my body as well as my experience has shown me, and I'm still learning. I've had many surgeries, and so I've got all sorts of closed doors and open doors and whatever else, and I'm still working on my body, and I still haven't reached my peak. So it is this exploration of, okay, my legs feel tired, I'll run with my arms. And so my entire focus is on the upper body movement. Or I feel myself sagging, I'm going to push with my tongue, and my tongue will lead me. I need to walk for a bit. So I'll...
you allow yourself to walk while you're running.
Every single run I go on, there is walking. Every single one.
You know, when I run, I do only 1 hour and I time myself. And I know this is not right or ideal, but I never allow myself to walk. If I do, I feel like I failed myself. I failed my body. I failed my country.
So, and where did that come from?
Our obsession, modern obsession with metrics and performance, that's where it came
I
from.
worked with a wonderful lady who came to see me. She had 2 weeks left before the marathon, and she hadn't been able to run for ages because of her Achilles. And it was not a difficult help. So we were able to deal with the Achilles issue really quite easily, but she hadn't done the training. So I said, okay, so this weekend, you've got 2 weeks to go. This weekend, I think try, say, 11 miles. So get into double digits, just over double digits. And she was trying to qualify for some kind of championship, and she had to get in. She was in her 60s, and she had to get in underneath 4 hours 30, which is a very reasonable time for a marathon. And that weekend, she did the 11 miles. She couldn't believe it, with freshly from an Achilles injury, which now didn't hurt because of what we were able to do. And she did it on a walk-run strategy. So she had, from memory, I think it was 5 minutes running, 1 minute walking. And she said, oh my goodness, I can't believe I just did that off the back of nothing. And I said, right, okay, so maybe repeat that next weekend, but don't go any further. So because you haven't got the finish, you don't want to arrive on the start line tired. It's far better to be slightly undertrained than even the slightest bit overtrained when you arrive on the start line. The overtraining is what makes people vulnerable. Their immune system is low. They pick up bugs and they don't feel well, and they might pick up an injury, whilst they're doing it.
How do I pick up on that what I'm doing is overtraining? Is there a physiological symptoms, like I feel tired or something?
Yes. So, well, all things being equal, your sleep can be affected when you're overtraining. So you'll notice that you're finding it harder to sleep when you're overtraining.
Is it because of heightened cortisol levels, maybe?
Could be. your system is inflamed. So it's the inflammation within the entire system, I think, that has a knock-on effect to all of your chemistry. So, which would include hormones and what can happen, and nervous system, sympathetic and parasympathetic, so that you can get to sleep. So I think it's complex, and I think that inflammation is generally the driver. Inflammation is generally the driver of a lot of chronic stuff. Chronic disease, chronic ill health, chronic injury.
And this could be caused by overtraining.
Yeah, because your system is, when we train, we inflame, we create metabolic waste fluid, we create damage in the system, and that's how we get stronger. So we do it with eyes wide open. We know we're creating damage, but the whole point is then the body rebuilds itself and gets stronger. But you've got to allow it the time to build itself, to rebuild itself. You can't just keep layering on the damage to the system and hope that you're going to get stronger. You're going to get weaker at some point, and something is going to get upset about it. It seems reasonable if it happens, and then you look back. So generally speaking, the signs are with the benefit of hindsight. But you do that enough times, it's giving you information. Whether or not you choose to ignore it or pick up on it is up to you. But the information may not be there initially. You might not know you're overtraining initially because you haven't got enough experience. But if you keep repeating the same thing happens, okay, your body is clearly telling you something.
You're protesting.
Yeah. The next weekend, with 1 week to go, she actually did 17 miles. Because for her to not do it was more stressful, more inflammation, more cortisol, than resting. So she decided, on balance, which is not unreasonable, N=1, she knows her best of all. She thought, I'm going to go and do that same walk-run strategy for 17 miles. Then I will feel, if I can do that, I will relax and feel content, and I will go to the start line and perform in the exact same way. And she had, this is quite a few years ago now, she had a piece of paper on her back saying, I'm on a walk-run strategy, so don't get too close because I might be stopping it or going into a walk at any point. And she came in, I'm pretty sure it was 5 minutes walk. It was either 5 minutes run, either 30 seconds or 1 minute walk. And she stuck to it religiously the entire marathon. She came in at 4:19. And she said, I so enjoyed the last 6 miles. Wow. Who says that?
Yeah, no
Who
one
says, I so enjoyed the last 6 miles.
It's amazing. She got into the flow of it.
Yep. And she told, and the whole point of the story was, she had a mate at the running club who was also injured. And she said to him, you've got to do this walk round. You've got to do it. It's amazing. I don't fatigue. My pace stays up. I'm enjoying it more. And he said, I couldn't possibly. I would think I'd failed. But the thing is, he didn't get to the start line. So who failed?
Yes.
This concept that walking on a run is somehow failure. We need to change this narrative. It is so, what's the word? Deleterious?
Deleterious.
It's so negative. It's so disempowering. It's so uncomfortable. It's so unproductive.
Yeah. Are you the one who said that walking is a physiological superpower? I think I read that.
Well, I think that, I don't know if I said something as gorgeous as physiological superpower. I think I might have said it's, along with quite a few other things, it's a superpower. Yeah. It is because
so there's more to it than fitness.
Yes, because it's whole body movement. It's how we get from A to B the most efficiently. If you walk a very, very, very long way and it's only walking, it's really hard work. Yes. And to break into a trot every now and again makes it much easier. Just the same as if you go for a run and you break into a walk every now and again, it's easier. Yes. So it's more about the humanness of different gears. If you go at this pace the whole time, your body is probably going to get quite bored. And as soon as it's bored, it's fatigued. Yeah. And if you go at walk factor 9 for any period of time, your body's going to fatigue. But if you change the gears,
Even cars do.
even cars change gears. Simon Lessing, who was for quite a few years, he was the world champion at long course triathlon, so Ironman distance. His favorite workout was cruise intervals, which in my book is level 10, the pinnacle of it all. And he would do, his favorite workout was 1 kilometer. I call it power on, which is for him, would it be, zone 3 or 4, harder, 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer easier, not walking, but an easier gear, just soft, just relaxed. So it's equal and opposite intervals. And he would be able to keep a high pace for 21 kilometers. That was his favorite workout. It's also one of my favorite ways of training. So you change the gears. Initially, you might do run, walk, equal and opposite. And then you might do gears, a little bit faster run and a nice easy run. A little bit faster run, nice easy run. As you build your training. But initially, walk whenever you want.
Yeah.
There isn't, when you get your medal at the end of succeeding because you followed your humanness, which likes gear changing, it appears to very much like gear changing. The medal doesn't say, oh yeah, but you walked on this run. There's a medal for you, you ran every step, and here's a medal for you, you didn't run every step. Nobody cares. Yeah. Literally nobody cares, but your body does. Your body cares very, very much. And if we look at how we evolved, we wouldn't have run. We would have, trotted along a little bit, chat, and then holy shamoly, we'd have raced to escape saber-toothed tiger or whatever. And we might have bent down and crouched for a bit to look at some spores and tracking. I'm sounding like I know how to track here, but I've read all about it. So we would have had all of these gear changes naturally. So I think if we're kind to our bodies and we use them in more of a natural way rather than this man-made way of forever looking at the data and mustn't do any walking and this is a run, and it's so structured and unnatural.
You are indeed the queen of efficiency. Now tell us about the term that you coined. I'll let you say it.
Oh, perpetual forward motion.
Okay.
So me and my husband were musing about what to call what I was trying to share with as many people as would listen. And it couldn't be Helen Hall's anything because that's a nonsense. This is an innate movement pattern. So it couldn't be called anything other than something that captured what I feel we are born to be able to do, which is just keep going. Perpetual motion. Perpetual motion, we Googled it and it was already taken. So we're like, oh, okay, let's go forward. So perpetual forward motion. And I like one of my favorite numbers of repetitions when I'm helping somebody is 3. And by the end of a session, and a session with me is 5 hours. So at the end of the session, somebody, they'll be grinning when I say, and would you believe you need to do 3? So the first repetition will always be, a little bit ropey because we're wiring, we're making neuronal connections that didn't exist. So the first one will be a little bit all over the place. The second will be better. The third will be your best stop. Because if you keep going, the brain will shut off because now you're going into a rhythmical movement. So
and that's a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's just the brain's not paying any attention now.
Okay.
So it's not learning now. It's not learning. It's
due
just
to the habituation.
You're going into a rhythmical movement, and you won't be doing it in the neuronal connection new way. You'll be doing it in whatever way already exists within your system, and we're trying to change that. As soon as you get into rhythm, you have to be very careful about, well, is this the rhythm that I need to promote within my system? Is this good for me? Or am I actually trying to change something within my brain? In which case, I really need to stop while the going is good. Always stop on a neurological win.
Yes. You don't like the word exercise. They say movement, motion, but you'd never said exercise.
Yeah, no, I never exercise.
No. Why is this reframing important? Why does it matter?
It's a very good question. And does it matter? In me, exercise, the word exercise sounds very dull, very laborious, boring. I might go for a run. I might train, because training sounds exciting. What is the training today? Am I pushing a wheelbarrow or a sled? Am I hanging, pulling? Am I on the bike? Am I running? Am I doing hills? So it's drills and training. Yes, you're right. I didn't even know I didn't use the word exercise, but even even saying the word exercise, oh no.
It doesn't feel right.
No, it feels like too much like hard work.
I read that you were inspired by something to create this concept of perpetual forward motion. It's a proverb. Would you like to share it with us?
When you run on the earth and with the earth, you run forever. And it's a Ramurai, I don't know if I pronounced that right, proverb.
We are increasingly sedentary and so unwilling to move. I work out every day, every single morning, but my God, do I drag myself to do it? Because I know I have to, so I do it. How do I reclaim that innate confidence to want to move?
So that's really interesting, the word that you use then. You work out.
You work out.
Yeah.
Solving a problem, troubleshooting, kind of thing.
Wow. Yeah. So you work out every day.
You work out. Yeah, I do every single morning.
So that's an interesting word to use to frame. You work out. It's almost like you deplete yourself. You work out until it's just all gone. I'm doing my workout.
That's exactly what the language says. Exactly. It's work and out of my system.
How about you just move? I'm going to spend some time looking after myself. I'm not working out. I'm not exercising.
No, that's not the mindset here. Unfortunately, I have to be honest. Yeah, I do it because I have to do it because I know it's good for me. And I do feel better after I do it, but all through, it's not easy. It's not spontaneous. It's not something that I'm going to do intermediate Pilates with weights now. No, I don't celebrate it.
It's so, so then I'd be, why? So all I would say is, if it's not what you're calling it, which sounds very dull and very, very hard, if you're not enjoying even the thought of it, even though you know that the aftermath, you'll feel better. So with this empirical consistency of evidence that you feel better after, you still don't actually want to do it. So the question is, why? What about it do you not like?
If I have to think really hard and deep, and this is more of a psychological thing, and really be super honest with myself, life is difficult and I have lots and lots of things to do. I think, okay, I want to work. I want to answer the 15 emails that I need to answer and to do all the tasks and preserve energy, physical energy and mental energy. I know it's all rubbish. I know it's not ideal, but in order to do that other thing, and sometimes I even tell myself, oh, what a waste of time. It comes to that because I have so many other things to do.
But I don't think that is a bad thing. I think that that's a very logical...
I do that thing instead of running or instead of working out in the morning.
So you know that you feel better after the workout. If you substituted the workout for the 15 emails, would you feel better?
Absolutely not. Sometimes I'm lazy and I say, oh, I'm not going to do that now. I've done it over the last 5 days. I'm going to do something different. And I take my laptop out while my child is asleep, 5 o'clock in the morning. And no, I don't feel better. No.
So then it can't be that then. So even though you think it's that, it can't be that because you know you won't feel better. Even though you think, I can't do this, I've got too much to do, I want to do this instead of that. But you know you're not going to feel as good as if you moved. So then it's probably something to do with how it feels when you move. So when you're moving, when you're doing the exercise, how does it feel during the exercise, during
If I have to think really, really, really hard and be honest with myself, it's probably lack of patience. Without testing myself, I know that I have something like ADHD. And when I work out, it's systemic. It requires patience. It's repetition. And my brain can't take it well enough. I want to do something different.
So then is it the choice of activity that isn't suiting your personality?
I do a mix of things. I do intermediate Pilates with weight. I do lift weight in itself. Sometimes I do HIIT, but it's not convenient HIIT while my child is asleep because it's jumping up and down. It causes the whole thing to move. So maybe something different for me would suit my personality better.
Have you ever tried jiggling on, back in the day we would call them trumpettes, and these days I think they're called rebounders?
No, having said that, I don't get the same feeling when I'm running because I run in like outdoors, so there are different sceneries and I watch people and I look at others, people say hi, so I'm not as, let's say, bored.
Yeah.
There's something variety and tickling of the senses more.
Yeah.
So maybe that's my thing.
So
it needs a lot of investigation and thinking.
And of course, it's not always convenient to go for a run if you are, a parent.
I'm a single parent.
And you've got to be, there. So you have to pick your times to be able to be free to go for your run and be outside. So if you were inside, I think that one of the most fun things anybody can do and that is most efficient in getting the job done, because you know me now, you know that I love efficiency. So if I jiggle on the rebounder for 10 minutes, it is fun. It puts a smile on your face. It is unbelievable. And they've known since about the 60s of its benefits with the lymphatic system. I think these days they're now having all sorts of research done, benefits for osteoporosis, all sorts of stuff. But you're not bouncing, you're jiggling. So you're barely leaving. So it wouldn't make any noise. You don't have to have high ceilings because you're barely leaving the surface of the rebounder. And it's brilliant recovery from runs. It's brilliant calf conditioning for running, because if you can jiggle for 2 minutes right from the get-go, I applaud you. Most people can't, and they have to spend some time going from one foot to the other, and then they can go back to jiggling 2 feet together. But it is, you are moving everything.
Yes.
Everything is moving. And they've known the benefits of jiggling on a trumpet or a rebounder since the first astronauts in space. So what we didn't see on the television, on the black and white televisions when all this was happening, was that the astronauts were coming down looking like sausages because there was no gravity. And so some of their metabolic waste fluid and fluids had exuded out into the tissues, and they were sort of veritable little sausages. And then they would jiggle on the rebounders, and the lymphatic system would then take it all away, and they would shrink back to size quickly. So
Yes.
so I would just listening to you there, I'm thinking, and your 9-year-old would love it too.
Probably.
So you'd be fighting for time on the rebounder. And I think that rebounding, there was a resurgence. Back in the day, everybody had a trumpet, but it sort of lost, these things go in cycles. And that, I think it's coming back again now. So they're widely available in all sorts of places because of the background research that's been emerging with the release, because you're moving everything, the release of the endorphins. I think as soon as you're leaving the ground, so you're leaving the ground repetitive over and over again, and within our skull, there's the sphenoid bone, which is the most remarkable. They call it looks like a bat. I think it looks like the most exquisite butterfly. And it's the most complex bone in the human body. And it forms the back of the eyeballs and the top of the sinuses, and it interacts with the most other bones in the skull compared to any other bone. So when a baby pre-crawling is on its tummy, it will sort of do a sky diving position
Yes.
the legs and the arms up, extending the spine. And they call it the landau.
So cute.
And it is very cute. And this landau is, of course, part of the evolvement of our spinal extension and the strength of our spinal erectors. And the infant will giggle and laugh when they do it because they get a release of dopamine. So as this happens, the sphenoid bone lifts. I've just given myself a facelift. It feels great. So the sphenoid bone lifts. They get a dose of dopamine. So they do it again and again and again and again. And they develop spinal strength through this motor pattern of joy. That's what it's known as, the motor pattern of joy.
Oh, amazing.
So when somebody isn't enjoying movement, then I will always find a way to, can we lift that sphenoid? Are they being crushed under the weight of their brains in their skull and the sphenoid is being squished? Are they not getting their dopamine hit? We don't need to go for a run, although obviously if we can, I think the runner's high is all about this lifting and the release in our system as we leave the ground. But we can do it in the comfort of our home without needing a babysitter on a little trumpet.
Absolutely.
Nothing fancy required because you're not bouncing, you're jiggling.
Yes. I love the idea of running with the earth. Now, let's say I'm an everyday person running to shed some calories and strengthen my 47-year-old bones and for some emotional relief. How can I bond with the earth? How can I achieve this? I want the practical bits.
So I think the first thing to do is not fight the earth. I think that people go in with the expectation of battle.
That's totally me.
They're going to fight their way through this. I am going to run, and because it's convenient and it's cheap, and it really should be easy because it's an innate movement pattern. So I think that firstly, it's have the idea that you're going to listen to your body. You're just going to notice the golden rule. If there is a rule for anything, it's just that you've got to notice stuff.
Awareness.
Yes, awareness. And of course, when you're more relaxed, you can have noticing the trees and the wind and the sun and whatever around you. But initially, notice you. How does it feel in you? How does it hear in you? So if when you hear, you'll hear your breath. You'll hear your footfall. So you can, and your visual field as well. So it's your senses, the external information coming in as well as the information within you that you can feel the exertion within your breath. So it's keep it easy. So it's not a battle. You can wait to do really strong, demanding stuff in due course. But if you start with a battle, you're never going to get to the enjoyment stage. So it's about going out. I think the biggest mistake people make is they go out, they shut the front door and they start running. But the experts, and I'm no expert in anything, I'm a generalist and proud to be a generalist because it keeps my brain and eyes and ears open to possibility from any direction. So the experts tell us it takes 7 to 15 minutes to divert the blood from the non-vital organs. I think they're all vital actually, but digestion, intestines, the glands producing the hormones, to the working muscles.
So I need to warm up.
So yes, but by walking. It's not jogging. Jogging, you've left the ground. So now you've got to land on that foot, and those calf muscles and those thigh muscles have got to do the work of absorbing the landing. But the blood isn't there yet. If we had all the blood we need to do anything we wanted at any given moment, we would need enough blood to make us the size of a balloon. Mm-hmm. We are efficient by nature. So we have enough blood always in the vital organs and enough blood in everything else so that it stays alive. And then we divert the blood to where we need it, to the digestive system when we've been eating, to the working muscles when we're about to start moving. So, or when we're training, when we're exercising, when we're working out. But we have to give time for the blood to get there.
Yes.
And the experts think that is the single biggest contribution that there could be to reducing injury. Just getting the blood there before you do anything like leave the ground. Yes. Because even a skilled runner has now got twice their body weight on landing. That's a skilled runner. Not an experienced runner. You can be an experienced runner and not be very skilled at it if you have been unaware of how you are moving. So when you're walking, you've always got one foot in contact with the ground.
Yes.
So your impact force is one body weight. In the field of gravity, one body weight. When you're running, the minimum is 2 body weights because of the gravitational force and landing. So the muscles need to be ready to be able to do that. So that's the number one thing is walk. And, if the experts say between 7 and 15 minutes, I always shoot for 10. But if I'm running very, very far, I'll do 15. Sometimes if I'm not really feeling it, I'll do 20. I don't care. Yeah. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what I'm doing. I mind about my body. I mind if it doesn't feel ready. It's like, oh, okay, you can have a bit more.
Yes. I think one of the mistakes that I keep doing is running after a schedule.
Yeah.
Not perception, but what others told me that I should be doing. I think it was on your website that I read about dark spaces in movement. Is that it? Is that what you call it? Do I need to shed light on some spaces when I run or walk?
This is a quote from Gary Ward, Anatomy in Motion, which is where I learned all my joint mechanics. And he talks about shedding light in dark spaces. When you're moving, starting to notice what moves more and what moves less. So a dark space would be something that moves less than others. And maybe it's meant to move less. It's not, we can't be all limbs flailing and being disorganized. But if one arm is swinging wildly and the other one isn't, then we've got, okay, what's going on there? Is one moving wildly because it needs to, because the other one is asleep? Or is the wild one actually, it doesn't even know where it is? It's swinging wildly because the brain is trying to find it.
Yes.
We don't know until we go in and explore.
Yes.
But we have to start with noticing. Unless you notice something, you don't know that there's anything to change or to look at or to help.
Your website quotes Feldenkrais. He was an engineer and a physicist. Would you like to share the quote with us, please?
Well, this is in Norman Doidge's book. He quotes Feldenkrais, and who wrote a book. He was considered a genius, a movement genius. I'm pretty sure he's dead now, isn't he? So he wrote a book called Movement Awareness. And just even those 2 words together sings to my soul. Movement and awareness. And together, oh my goodness. And in in Norman Doidge's book, he describes something that then Norman Doidge, in his book, The Brain's Way of Healing, he says, in other words, make more use of the feedback provided by your senses.
Such as
your pain in your knee. Don't ignore it. Keep it simple. Simple is the ultimate sophistication. People go to their stats to tell them about their run. Go to you. We don't need the complication of the stats. We need you to notice. So the feedback would be, do I feel as I run awkward anywhere? Can I body scan? Where is the most obvious area of tension? Just one area. Why do I feel tense in my left shoulder? Can I relax it? What does that feel like? Oh my goodness. Then my knee hurts. Oh, so maybe my left shoulder up there is helping my knee. Well, that's interesting. So what needs some help here? Maybe if I look at my feet and I go through some mobilization drills in my feet, I'll notice that foot underneath the knee that hurt as soon as I dropped the opposite opposite shoulder, maybe that foot has got restricted, closed doors. So maybe I'll work on opening those doors before I run next time.
Yes. When I consciously lift my head up while I'm running, and instead of just looking at the ground, I feel like my shoulders relax a little bit, go back and down, and my breathing is easier. Is this a kind of sensory feedback
Yes.
that you might be talking about?
Anything that you can feel in your system that is heavy, awkward, tense, painful, we tend to not be able to notice comfortable. When things are comfortable, we don't notice anything at all. It's just we might notice the breeze or the sunshine or the children laughing or the birds singing or whatever it might be. When we're in pain, we don't hear any of that. We hear the pain.
Yeah.
So it is, and it's not to dive down looking for pain. It is what's the most obvious thing in my system that is feeling tense. And so often what do I feel? Well, I'm bored. What am I looking at? The ground. Okay, look up. What happens the moment you look up? Number one, you've got something else to look at. And number two, suddenly I noticed that I didn't even notice. The tension in my neck was so always there, I didn't even notice until I changed it. Then I notice the release. So then if I put my head back down again to look at the floor, then I can start to correlate the position of my head with the tension in my neck, or the tension in the shoulder, or the effort level, or the fact that I can't breathe very well. Another sense would be, how easy is it to breathe? So sometimes it's not about the breathing, it's about the position of the spine and the position of the head. So if the head is down, it will tend to flex the spine or round the spine. And then you've got muscles hanging onto your head because your head is your most precious commodity. And now you're in the position of exhalation because you're rounded. But what about inhalation? Inhalation, we need space. So if I stay rounded, my inhalation is this. That's it. That's all I've got. And if I just not erect to attention, just I go into a gentle spinal extension, and now my in-breath is
longer and deeper.
I can go on forever. I've got all the room in the world to take a breath. Mm-hmm. So people often are thinking that they can't catch their breath, but they can't catch their breath because they're flexed, they're slumped in their body, and there's no room for the breath.
Yeah. So what is the optimal head position then? Should I be or aim to have a straight line from the tip of my head till the bottom of my spine or something? It's
very difficult to do that when you're moving. So I always suggest it feels wibbly wobbly. I've got this wibbly wobbly head. If my head is forward, I can't wibbly wobbly. I can move it, but it doesn't feel wibbly wobbly. When it's perched effortlessly, and I've had neck surgery, if it's perched, it wibbly wobbles and it gives me maximum head rotation. So without making yourself dizzy, you can be running along, turn your head and don't change anything. Turn your head to the right, turn your head to the left, and you just notice a range. You only need to do it once each side. And then you think, is that the place for my head? Do I need to go a little bit further back? Do I need to straighten up a little bit? I'll just try it. I'll just send my head back a little bit, and then I'll turn my head and I think, oh my goodness, I've got so much more range. And when we are in that position of maximum head rotation, we're also in the spinal position of maximum movement potential of the entire body. So we don't look at this in the context of perfect posture, deportment, whatever. What on earth is that? I have no idea what that is. But in the context of maximum movement potential, it is with an extended spine, upright, effortlessly upright.
Yeah. You have seen patients with a 30-degree forward head positions. What were your conclusions? Did they have pain somewhere?
Yes, they came with their pain, and we're getting close. It's always this delicious time of year where I can say, come and look. Because always when I work with somebody, if I'm showing something that they didn't know before, it's very exciting. If they already knew something, then Okay, so did you do anything about it? Well, I tried. Okay. But if it's something brand new to their perception of themselves, then I know this is going to be an exciting journey for them because they had no idea. And if it's big, it's probably connected to their pain in some way. So I will show them that their spine is behaving like a Christmas tree decoration that's too heavy for its branch.
And of course, like
we're at the beginning of November and the Christmas lights are starting going up. And so I love to be able to say it. So the head or the neck spine, instead of, doing a return from the rounded 3-dimensional nature of the rib cage, it goes in at the back of the neck and then the head is perched. So now the trajectory of the neck is 30 degrees and the spine has done this. It's just a big curve, a C. Instead of an S viewed from the side, it's turned into a C viewed from the side. And it doesn't just limit the amount of movement available in the spine and in the shoulder girdle and the pelvic girdle. You add insult to injury because now the head, which an average human head is about 5 kilos, so back in the day, we would use a ruler, literally a ruler. And for every inch further forward of where it ought to be for maximum movement potential, if it's off center, it's not 5 kilos anymore. So we would add a head for every inch. Now they've done a bit more science, and apparently 15 degrees is your effective load that the body has to carry is now 12 kilos. 30 degrees, 18 kilos, and I measure it a lot. So people coming in and they tell me that they've got weak core, weak glutes, and I'm thinking, nothing is weak here. You are so strong. You try putting nearly your luggage allowance on the top of your spine and run with it. And then people start to realize, so they are bubbling with potential. Because as soon as they put their head on right, it's easier. I measure 45 degrees every now and again, which is 22 kilos. It's not linear, so thank goodness. But 22 kilos, you've busted your luggage allowance, but you're running along with it. You're like a bull in a china shop, literally. Mm-hmm. So you're just making life harder. There's no right or wrong. It's just harder. It's less efficient. And if you're in pain, then it's not going to help. So say you've come in with knee pain. Always, so if there is headaches when running or after running, neck pain, shoulder pain, back pain, hip pain, knee pain, Achilles pain, calf pain, repetitive calf strains, plantar fascia pain, my first thought is, where is their head? Because it will affect any and all of these places.
And you teach your patients to move with a soft gaze using peripheral vision. Why?
Yes. Oh my goodness, you know a lot about me. Yes. So upright is if we accept that we are bipedal humans, upright is our domain. Our central nervous system, apparently, so the brain scientists tell us, and I learn from all these people, I just think, wow, why didn't they teach us this in school? Peripheral vision enables the central nervous system to relax.
Why do you think?
Because it's safe.
Oh.
So you put
I know
blinkers,
my surroundings.
So we have eyes on the front of our heads. We have a sixth sense with the hackles on the back of our neck, and we have ears, but we can only see ahead. And we have sort of 180 into 250 maybe degrees of vision, and we can turn our head as well. And so we are aware of our surroundings and we can relax. If we are looking at something with laser vision, effectively for our central nervous system, we have blinkers on. So now everything has to be on high alert because we can't relax because we are unaware of, or we are less aware of our surroundings. And what I see consistently, we play a game in clinic. and they're running along or walking. It's the same. So ambulation on 2 feet, doesn't matter what speed it is. And I know that they are looking at, I've got an amazing photograph of the Great Wall of China, that they're walking along. They're doing the steps on the Great Wall of China. And I know they're looking at something. But I know, because they're doing the same thing over and over again, that is what they do. And I said, does that feel familiar? Yes. So then I invite them to not change anything except their visual field. And I say, okay, without moving your head, the shutters on this side of the room and the jungle of plants on the other side of the room, just bring them into your peripheral vision. And they will go from tight, tense, flexed to upright instantly.
Because they feel safe.
They don't feel anything. Okay. They're not aware yet. They don't know they've done that. And they'll move, and I'll think, yeah, okay, it's consistent 100% of the time. I've never known it fail, ever. I mean, I haven't measured everybody in the world, so obviously, but 100% of the time, I'm thinking they are awkward and stiff and uncoordinated, and things are hurting because, in part, it's not a complete picture. They're looking at, and that convergent vision is in their entire being. There's no relaxation. I give them their peripheral vision, or encourage them to have their peripheral vision. And I literally see the shoulders drop away from their ears, and they're moving more freely. And what they feel is, they say things like, oh, my feet feel softer. Or, oh, I can breathe. So they don't have the sense of safety. But then afterwards, they'll say, yeah, I feel relaxed. I feel calm.
Is that the reason why we might feel better running in a jungle, in the woods, in nature?
I think that there's enough documented research now that tells us about being in nature, calming to soothing to our systems. Of course, we're breathing in the oxygen that the trees are giving out. There's the nature sounds that appeal to the right hemisphere, the earthy smells, all of these things that contribute to the soothing of our souls that we would have evolved in anyway. And people don't necessarily change how their visual field is when they are running in nature, because so often they might be on a trail and they're looking at the trail, even though they don't need to. So they're looking at, they'd say, oh, it's rough ground, I have to look down. Well, no, you don't actually have to look down unless it's really, really technical, because we are not placing each foot. Our brain has already scanned ahead, if you allow it, and it knows the footfalls it's going to have.
Yes.
We don't look at our feet to land and prevent ourselves from spraining our ankle. You're much more likely to sprain your ankle if you literally look at your feet and try and place them. But there's not enough time. So it's all done by brain prediction.
Yeah.
So but they'll look at ahead, maybe a few paces, because they feel they need to, but their system isn't relaxed, even though they're running in nature.
Speaking about where my foot should land on the ground when I'm running, I read that it ideally should land under my hip and not out in front of me. Is this correct?
This is giving the impression that there's some kind of method of running. I think that everything that exists in the information out there, this drowning in information out there, is there because it helped somebody. So say somebody, and interestingly, the emoji for running on all of our phones is this little figure leaning forward with a leg sticking out, ready to land, way over there somewhere, which always tickles me pink. And you think, okay, this, if you have landed with the foot way out there and you've left your body behind, it can be considered an overstride. And an overstride often leads to pain somewhere. It can be in the foot, in the knee, in the hip, lower back, probably not the upper body, but it is, it's not that it is wrong. It's just probably not as efficient, because if you reach far ahead of you and grab the ground with the heel, there's a degree of braking action. So when you're running, it doesn't seem logical to be braking with every step. And I think that may be where it came from with the foot landing underneath the hip. It avoids overstriding. The problem with that is if you don't know how you run and you weren't overstriding, but you think you must have been because there's this method out there, there's this rule, don't let your foot go ahead, have it land underneath you. I have seen it so often, which is why I'm saying it. Then they fetter their stride. So now the stride is foreshortened.
The opposite.
So then this is inefficient, because you're taking little pitty-repattery steps, which you don't need to.
How do I find the balance then?
So it's so you can video yourself.
Oh, yes.
And just think, okay, well, does that look as if it's far away, or does it look as if it's more or less underneath me? Does it look as if I've left my body behind? It's that. Have I left my body behind, or is my body still with me? That'll be more or less the right place for efficiency and not braking. Whether or not it's the right or the wrong place, I don't know, but it's efficient if you're not braking. So if you haven't left your body behind, you're likely to be more efficient than if you have left your body behind and you're braking with every step. And this is looking from the side only. So this idea, this concept is only side view, sagittal plane. Everything visible from the side. Sagittal plane.
Okay.
So this is viewed from the side, everything that you could see, which is a head nod or a head tipping back or an arm flexing or extending or a leg coming forward or backward or a spine going forward or backward. That plane of motion. One of the biggest problems I see in runners is the foot not landing underneath the hip viewed from the back or the front. So the feet are coming into the middle.
Yes.
So we don't just want the foot not to be a brake by landing ahead. So this is where land underneath your hip comes into play. But we want it underneath the hip viewed from the back and the front as well, so that it isn't landing into the middle. I call it tightrope running. Because then not all of your foot is available, which doesn't seem to be terribly efficient. You're making like a V, so your hips are up here and your feet are down here. And this is the domain of the repetitive nature of IT band strains, which is this outside of upper leg area. So it can be hip pain down the IT band, which is along the outside of the thigh, down, and it attaches underneath the knee. So it can be lateral knee pain. And ankle sprains and fifth metatarsal stress fractures and plantar fascia. These are the sort of the common elements of feet that, viewed from the side, they're landing underneath the hip. Yeah. But nobody's looking viewed from the front or the back, and they are landing on the midline. They're running along a tightrope, and it's more challenging. Right or wrong? There's no right or wrong here. It is less efficient.
Efficient running, I have to mention this quote. Efficient running, you write, is a look to the observer and a sense to the person, exemplifying absence of effort, a body in harmony gliding across the ground. This sounds very romantic, Helen. I mean, I run the way I taught myself to run when I was 3, and I don't think I look good. I mean, to teach myself how to move in this like relaxed fluidity will be a dream for me, and like efficiency. And
I think we are all, if we're born to be able to run because it's an innate movement pattern, I think it's possible in all of us.
Yes.
I think everybody is capable of it if they want to explore, become aware, notice stuff, and be prepared to change stuff. Not arduously. It's not about getting stronger and exercising. It's about finding where there are dark spaces, finding closed doors or perennially open doors, and making sure that the innate movement patterning is organized.
Yeah, I noticed that you're not bothered at all about power or speed.
No. Power and speed, they come. So a long time ago, I'm going to say probably early 2000s. What am I saying? Early 2000s. This idea of running and strength training really came to the fore because ultra distance runners were suddenly doing amazing things that had never been done before. And it was like a sudden improvement. And the ultra distance world, they're not bothered about, it wasn't drug enhanced stuff. It was these people had endurance written into their bones. They had run and run and run, and they were top of their game in the ultra distance world. Then they started going to the gym and getting strong. Then all the records got broken for all of the great big long races. So it became a thing, and there were even memes of if you want to run a marathon, don't run a single step, just go to the gym. It became that ridiculous that you could run a marathon quite happily. All you need to do is go to the gym. And you scratch the surface of that and you think, well, does that make sense?
No, at all. Even
No,
for me,
it makes no sense.
Different muscles, different
ways of moving. How many
yes.
reps can you do in the gym? I don't know. On a lightweight, maybe 20. How many tens of thousands of reps are required when you are running? And you have to build efficiency of movement, efficiency of engaging as much of the free energy from elastic recoil. You can't do that in the gym. A gym is a static movement. There's no free energy from elastic recoil.
And train the lung itself. It's a muscle, isn't
Cardiovascular.
it? Yeah.
So it went from, oh, this is interesting, to taking it to the extreme end, which is wonderful because people explored things. Then that fell by the wayside, but the strength and conditioning element remained strong. But I always say, well, what are you strengthening? If you are moving in an awkward, lumpy, disorganized way, where the shoulder girdle, arm, collarbone, shoulder blade, and the pelvic girdle, pelvis and legs and feet, aren't moving harmoniously in harmonious cooperation, how is the gym going to sort that out? Getting stronger, you're getting stronger in the patterns that you are in.
Yes.
And we need to speak to the patterns. We move in patterns. Everything that we have as an innate, foundational, fundamental movement shape is a pattern. And those patterns need to be organized. Then we can do the strengthening. So it's not that strengthening doesn't have merit, but it comes after we've got the system organized. For me, there's a natural, logical, commonsensical order of things. And heading straight to get strong doesn't make any sense in my head. I'm trying to make it make sense because that's what I'm hearing. But it doesn't make sense, which is very frustrating. So I think, what am I missing? So I'll go learn some more. What am I missing? I must be missing something. I always think I must be missing something.
Which is a lovely, amazing trait to make you more susceptible for more knowledge.
The quest for better answers. Yeah. And it'll be an endless quest.
You mentioned endurance sports. You have been credited as the first barefoot Ironwoman. How could that even be possible? Tell us about this decision. You ditched your shoes for the most grueling event on the planet.
Honestly, there was literally, like everything that I seem to have done, there was no plan. I literally had no other trainers.
Seriously?
Literally had no other trainers. The only trainers I had were my Barefoot 5 fingers. They were the very first 5 fingers. So they were the thinnest, the most minimal.
I can't believe this, because I read it in your email and I didn't get it. Because it was hard to believe.
They literally were all I owned. And Italy sent me some sparkly ones for my wedding.
Oh.
So 5 fingers was how I started my barefoot journey. I mean, it's a crazy phrase, isn't it? Because it's not barefoot. It's like a thin skin on top of your skin. And when I saw it, I was at the Olympia back show of all places. And by that time in the shop, we had toe socks from Finland, from the wonderful Feelmax family. And so we arrived at this Olympia back show, and there was a stand with Vibram 5 fingers there, these shoes. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I can just slip my toe-socked feet straight into these shoes with toe, like glove-like openings. And the rest is history. So yes. I just thought, oh, this is amazing. And so off we went. And then everything else just got ditched. And we went from probably the thickest sole that existed in the world at the time, which was MBT's, Masai Barefoot Technology, massive rocker soled shoes that I was helping folk find better running form in, bizarrely, so rigid, so thick, they were rigid, except for this pivot point. And they arose because I was working with lymphedema clients who had gross swelling of limbs. And this is not curable. It's often as a result of cancer treatment. So they had survived the cancer and then they were left with this chronic, awful condition that nobody mentioned about. And it was very distressing for them. So it was all about giving them tools for them to be able to manage their condition, to be as self-sufficient as possible. And so we looked at everything. So it was all about getting all the internal piping with as few kinks and pressure points in it as possible so that the lymphatics could flow as easily as possible. And to get them upright, to do that, this was back in 2004, the MBT technology, enormous rocker sole shoes, the pivot point of the sole, you balanced on them. So you couldn't slump forward in them. You literally, it was like you were going to topple over. So they were this wonderful biofeedback tool. So you just knew you were upright. And so I was helping people run in them because finally they could feel where upright was, because they would otherwise think that they were tipping back. If you don't know that this is forward when you're leaning forward because your inner ear fluid is sticky, it's got used to it. When you're upright, it feels like you're tipping back.
Yes. Yeah.
So then you fight the senses, which is why you need to see them. You need to video yourself. You need your friend to video you. You need a reflective surface in a shop window. Be vain. Look in the shop windows. Don't believe your inner ear if you were habitually forward. Don't believe your inner ear initially, because it might be telling you porky pies. It's telling you you're tipping back, but you're not. You're upright and you can see it. Then the vision information starts to match the vestibular information. And your insurance policy, to go back to the maximum head rotation, if you go too far back, you have less rotation. There's always an insurance policy.
Yes, a trade-off.
So lots of people come in and they think they've got a forward head because they've heard a forward head is everywhere. And, I have said that the number one influencer on pain in a body when running is the forward head. And it is. But it doesn't mean to say that everybody has a forward head. It doesn't mean the same as, okay, got to pump the elbows, got to shorten the stride. It's N=1, you. So we need to know, well, did you have a forward head in the first place? Because if you then try and put it further back when it was fine in the first place, now you're leaning back and now you have tension. But people are just listening to the ubiquitous message that we're all the same, we all start the same, pretty much. But then we all have different ways of getting from A to B, depending on our injury history and our movement development. There's not a way, and there can't be an answer. 45,000 people start London Marathon, maybe more now. Maybe 40,000 finish. Nobody looks the same. Mm-hmm. Nobody looks the same. So it can't be that we have these rules that match for everybody. So it's finding, well, is my head forward? Do I need to change anything? Have I gone too far? It will feel, it might feel as if you're in the right place, but if you rotate your head, you will have less movement. So you experiment not just by the visuals, by the sense of freedom of movement within the entire system as well.
Okay. This begs the question, how should I pick my trainers? Are you in favor of minimalist shoes? How do I do this?
So the magic is your foot. So people think that they'll put their foot in a barefoot shoe or a minimalist shoe and everything will be perfect. And for some, it solves the problem. For others, it doesn't, because it's not the shoe, it is the foot in the shoe.
Yes.
So does the foot inside the shoe, whatever shoe you choose to wear, is the foot functional? Is the foot free to function? So lots of people, they gain from minimalist footwear because they can feel the ground and they're getting all this new feedback and they love it. They don't overstride anymore. They don't jar their back pain goes because they have this increased input coming in from the ground. It's not being muffled by the cotton wool of all the cushioning. Wonderful. But it isn't the answer. The answer is, what is your foot able to do? What isn't it able to do? Help the foot out and wear whatever you are comfortable in. So I wrote the book,
right,
even with your shoes on, because I was known. Nobody knows me, but my friends who did know me, I'm known within my little tiny circle as a barefoot runner, which means you wear something minimal on your feet, not literally a barefoot runner. There are some literal barefoot runners, of course, and it must annoy them intensely when other people are called barefoot runners when they're clearly not and there's something on their feet. So in Ironman, you had to have something on your feet. You weren't allowed to run literally barefoot. So there was this little vibrant 5-finger thing. The footwear just needs to be as comfortable as possible. And I suggest to people when they are considering footwear, because of what I measure consistently, because there's a big thing out there for super shoes.
Super shoes.
Super shoes.
What are they?
Well, Kipchoge wears them. The guy who did the 2-hour marathon, the sub 2-hour marathon, and the technology in the super shoes, they have like a carbon plate inside the shoe, and I think there's some kind of Kevlar coating, which returns energy, and so it's like it's called a super shoe. And it's not called a super shoe for nothing. It's almost like a turbo boosted item of footwear. So arguably giving people advantages, people are going faster in them. And they are not without their, I want to say problems. I'm trying not to be confrontational because I am not confrontational. But I just want people to be aware. The shoe isn't the answer, and be careful because because the research was way back in the 90s when the gymnasts were getting more and more injured with the advancement of the foam, the deep foam landing mats. Injury rates weren't going down, they were going up. So they did all this research and they established that it's as if the central nervous system is trying to find the ground through the cushioning, and the landing forces are harder with more cushioning. And I have never measured it otherwise. So I will measure every time more landing impact forces with more cushioning. So runners will bring in their normal trainers, and their new super shoes, and they want to know which one is better. I feel as if it's these super shoes because they feel springy, but literally they all turn into Tigger. So they have more vertical oscillation. They're all bouncing around, and they have increased landing forces, which is not a problem provided your joints and your hammies can cope with the landing forces that the joints are having to manage. So it is, don't believe what is out there. Have a comfortable shoe. Notice what happens when you run. Film it. If you see more vertical oscillation, actually, this is when the wearables can actually give you information on vertical oscillation. So, but I don't know if they're not looking or just blanking the vertical oscillation signs and just looking at the speeds and wanting the speed. So they just, if you don't want to see it, you can definitely not see it.
Yeah.
But my advice is to notice everything.
This implies to me that thoughts and motion or movement are somehow rooted in the same place. Can you expand on this mind-body connection? Is that a thing?
In my world, the context would be, I can give an example. So in our movement development, there'll be something that creates grip. And I can test and see, is the grip increasing as it should? Yes. Okay, great. And then because I've got my suspicions because of the movement patterning, I'll think, okay, I'm going to test, I think this is grip. So I test for the positive grip, yes. And then I'll test for the loosening of the grip. But the grip tightens again instead of loosening. And I eyeball them and I go, you can't let go. And it lands every time. So they can't let go literally and figuratively. So
why is that?
It's like our movement development that creates the ability to grip, the action of grip, the action of letting go, creates the same in our characteristics.
Yes.
So our characteristics are our movements. They come from the same place.
I see.
And so somebody who, is there another example I could use? So the lifelong reflex of locomotion hasn't emerged or is a mess. This picks up the leg for you. So you don't have to pick your legs up. And that person is literally dragging their legs unwillingly along everywhere. And they will be literally dragging. It will feel not just like they're literally dragging their legs because their legs don't have the reflex that picks them up to make them a nice, easy swing leg. They, within themselves, life is a drag. This is like, everything is hard. It's a leg thing, it's a leg swing thing, and it's a whole being thing. And it's not as cut and dried as that, but it can be. There's interconnectivity between the way we think and our movements that feed the movements, but the movements were fed by the way we think, but which came first, we don't know. And then it becomes almost like a bit of a brain mess. So what do we do? What do we do about it? We just need to go back to the brain, speak to who's in charge, which part of the brain is in charge of this particular area. Can we get that a little bit more organized? Can we get that grip to loosen? Will it mean that they'll be able to let go figuratively as well as literally? Probably.
You touched briefly on your lovely book, Even With Your Shoes On, but we want to delve deeper. We'll start with the title, such an intriguing title. Well, what does it mean? Tell me about the story behind it.
Well, as I just mentioned, I was known as a barefoot runner, and I was at a branding workshop, and so there were all these groups of people brainstorming their ideas, their concepts, and I mentioned it actually on the inside cover of the book. I say where I was and the Bob School with Lindsay Boyd, and it was such an exciting workshop. And I was trying to get my concept out. And somebody said, because I was wearing my barefoot shoes, of course, that's all I had. Then my vibrant five fingers, which are very noticeable. So my footwear was always very noticeable. And they said, well, do I have to do it in these? They look weird and I don't want to wear. They're freaky. And I said, no, you can, even with your shoes on. Oh my goodness. There it is. Even with your shoes on. So it stuck and I couldn't get past it.
It's an amazing title. It makes you think.
Well, I was told it was a very, very, very bad title because it wouldn't come up in searches and things. But I couldn't get past. Once it was out into the universe, it was, oh, okay, it's that.
It's a brilliant title. The title itself challenges norms, even with your shoes. Oh, I was told by my mom, put your shoes on. Right? It's different. Now, one of the reviews described your book as a comprehensive manual on natural running. What gap in our understanding, and I say ours, I mean clinicians and runners alike, what gap in our understanding of running that led you to write this book?
Awareness.
That was missing.
Yeah, noticing stuff. Everything was about methods, ways, do this, do that, instructions. I don't really like instructions. I will question instructions because I'll wonder if, well, why? Why do I have to do it like that? And if I hear because I say so, of course, this, emanates from being a child, of course, because, well, I say so, because I say so. And it grates. So it's not that I wanted to be deliberately stroppy, but it's not acceptable to do something just because somebody says so, because they might not know as much about me as I know about me, and that well-meaning instruction might not be beneficial for me. So it's up to me to find out if that well-meaning instruction is helpful. And it was that element that was totally missing, because there was just sort of just acceptance.
Yes, it was running by prescription rather than perception. Oh, that rhymes.
Nice.
Nicely rhymed.
Oh, you need to write that down. That's lovely. Running by prescription, not perception. I love it.
What's coming is nicer. Slow Twitch, the endurance sports magazine, reviewed your book, Even With Your Shoes On, saying that you're all about balance, not falling forward, and the best bit, and that all the sex is in the midfoot. Could you please unpack this? What does this mean? The midfoot, what does it do? Is it important? Apparently it is.
Well, of course, that was written by Dan Enfield, who was the creative soul behind the triathlon wetsuit and the triathlon bike. So he is all about thinking outside the box. So it was very kind of him to say something like that. The book was written around the time where it was very this versus that mode. So because the minimal footwear had come into the country around 2007-ish, there was cushioned versus minimal. So the conversations, they weren't conversations. There were little mini battles, and people were taking sides, and it was unpleasant. And people were just dissing whichever camp people weren't in if they weren't with them. And I found it really unpleasant.
Immature, I would think.
God, yes, you could call it that. It just seemed why? I didn't understand why people would get so het up about it and angry, emotionally vested in how somebody's landing on their own feet. Surely nobody else should care about how you land on your own feet. And about the same time, the heel, the cushion versus the midfoot, it was inextricably linked with heel striking versus forefoot running. The reality was I've only actually come across one minimalist runner, one barefoot runner, who landed on their heels.
I can't imagine that. I mean, how would I run and land on my heel?
I have tried so many times.
Natural.
With bare feet, it's almost like at just the time you're about to land on your heel, your central nervous system stops you because it's going to hurt.
Forward, right?
Yes. Well, but people do quite easily if there's a cushion underneath their heel. They do it quite happily.
Okay.
And in fact, the trade, the name for the cushioning under the heel is called the crash pad, which when I discovered it, it's like, oh, that's interesting.
I love
this. Very interesting. So, and it was, well, can we approach this not from heel striking versus midfoot or forefoot landing? Can we approach it from the efficiency, not right or wrong, but efficiency? Is there an efficiency angle here where we can actually talk about it and discuss it nicely, kindly, and listen to each other and wonder and be curious? Why can some people land on their heel without any problem? And by measuring, I was able to ascertain that it could happen quite happily with a cushioned shoe when, although the first contact was the heel, it was practically a flat landing.
Yes.
It wasn't a heel strike thump and then travel forward. It wasn't the braking action that does, if there was an injury there, you wouldn't be surprised because you wince when you see it. People were coming in and saying, well, I'm a heel striker and I don't mind. And I don't mind either. I honestly, you do whatever. Okay. It's okay. And I would show them, oh, well, actually, your trajectory is really efficient. You're coming in kind of flat. So you're neither braking, you're maybe not accessing as much elastic recoil as you could, but that's fine. That's non-injurious. There's nothing inefficient about it. Fine, carry on. And for the full element of the conversation, if there is a landing somewhere in front of the heel, just somewhere in front of the heel, not on your toes, that's prancy pony running, which is, it bruises met heads, the long foot bones, the ends of the long foot bones where they meet the toes. The met heads tend to not enjoy it. Calves tend to not like bouncing around on toes. You see it, and again, not everybody is injured, but I've seen quite a few. So it's somewhere in front of the heel, but you're not landing on your toes. That's that midfoot, forefoot area. There, if your foot is relaxed, if your foot is able to relax, your body weight plus gravity will lower the heel when your body weight is on it. The heel will kiss the ground. And of course, this is all happening in too quick for me to say, 0.3 of a second max, probably. So you touch down just in front of the heel kisses and off you go. And so we go forward, backward, forward, which would seem inefficient. But it's happening in a fraction of a second and probably half the time you're in contact with the ground when you walk. And the Achilles tendon, so tendons are amazing. They return elastic energy. to the system, which is why we are efficiency sling systems. And even without nutrition, we can cross the desert 9 days without food. And if we are in some kind of movement pattern, we will get, I'm sure by the time he was a walking skeleton with a black tongue, he didn't have any elasticity left. But initially, he would have had some elasticity, which would have been an efficient movement pattern. So when the Achilles is the biggest tendon in the body. So normally tendons, they say, return about 50% of the energy from the muscle stretch into the elastic recoil. The Achilles, the biggest tendon in the human body, returns up to 90. You think, oh, that sounds really useful. Tell me more. You can walk with a ruptured Achilles tendon.
I can.
Yes.
Actually, I can. Yeah, I've experienced that.
Yes. So you and my husband both. So people's eyebrows raise with that. If your foot is strong, then it can still walk with a ruptured Achilles tendon, but you can't run.
No, you can't.
Without the Achilles tendon intact, you cannot run. So it's considered the running tendon. Yeah. So then you think, okay, so now I've learned this information that it's the running tendon and it returns up to 90% of the elastic energy from recoil, but I need to stretch it under load. So elastic recoil is you've got to stretch it first for it to go ping. So if I'm landing on my heel, I am not stretching under load my Achilles tendon. My toes are coming up, yes. My heel is going down. It's kind of just passive. It's long, but it's not lengthened under load. There's no load, it's swinging through the air. But if I land somewhere in front of the heel and my heel descends, then I'm stretching my Achilles under load. Now I'm in the domain of potential elastic recoil and free energy. So I'll go with the efficiency. I want to make it as easy as possible. And which sounds wonderful. Let's all run not landing on the heel. And I am interested in efficiency, and eccentric loadings of muscles are the ones that give you delayed onset muscle soreness. So 2 days later, oh, that's a bit tight. And maybe 3 days, it's reaching its crescendo and then it starts to subside. But it's also, so you have to transition. If you want to change the way that you run, if you would choose to, you have to be careful because the calves are going to protest, because suddenly they're doing this eccentric loading, being stretched under load, and it creates delayed onset muscle soreness.
But would it be temporary?
Oh, it's temporary. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a conditioning process. The jiggling on the rebounder helps with this.
Does it?
So, and then you learn that an eccentric load of a muscle is stronger than a concentric. So with a bicep curl, I can lift such and such a weight. So say 10 kilos. I can lower up to 40% more.
I thought it was just gravity.
No, because you're lowering under control. You're not dropping it.
Oh, yes.
You're controlling it. So the lengthening under load is a stronger muscular contraction. It is stronger. And you think, well, that sounds good. I want my calves that attach to my Achilles to be stronger. I want a stronger loading, and then they'll be more resilient. I don't need to go to the gym and do concentric calf raises. I can just have great elastic bands in my legs that give me running efficiency, because I don't want to land on my heels because I wear minimal footwear and it would hurt. And I want efficiency.
Yes.
So that's the story on midfoot.
For the regular runner who runs twice a week or something, how do I determine which part of my foot to land on? Will my body instinctively tell me through comfort maybe or efficiency which part to land on?
I would say the most important element of a new runner is make it as easy as possible and as comfortable as possible. If you are thudding on your heel, it probably won't feel very comfortable. I wouldn't worry about placing a foot. I wouldn't worry about trying to do anything. I would just go with the innate. What does your body do? When you run, what does your body do? I always think a really nice thing to do is run down a hill. Not a big hill, just a little slope.
Yes.
And when we run down a slope, if we can land on a heel to brake, you'll see the fell runners, they present their heel when they're running down a very steep slope, fell running, because it's control, it's a brake.
Yes.
Very sensible.
Yeah.
I would advise that technique, and it's highly skilled. But when, if we're in the park, in the local park, and there's a slope, if we run down a hill and we present the heel, it's very lumpy. It's very doof. It's awkward. And if we go in with a slightly flatter foot landing, it feels smoother. So slopes give you the opportunity to discover all sorts of things about your body that you perhaps didn't know. And the downhill is where you smooth things out. So we don't touch down by landing on the heel with a thump. We kind of glide down. So the foot is almost at the angle of the slope. And it just kind of touches almost with the angle of the slope as it pulls our hip down, and it starts to be smooth and glidey.
This sounds very sexy.
Oh, well, there you go.
He's right,
Dan was right.
He was right, apparently. Another reviewer said that he couldn't skim read the book because it's so damn good. And I thought it was American, but you told me he was English.
Yes, lovely British guy, wonderful. He was, it was very nice of him to say that. Much faster than me at Ironman. That was Rob.
Really?
Yeah. So he was a 12-hour Ironman, as opposed to my fastest, which was 13, and my average, which was more like 14 or 15.
That's very good. That's very good, Helen.
My defense is he's a lot younger than me.
Does age make a difference then?
No,
it doesn't.
No, we've established age has got nothing to do with it. He was more determined, more competitive, and I'm out for the day.
Yes. How does your technique compare to other running techniques? I read about pose and G running. Not that I'm familiar with any of them. I just come across them during my research.
Well, I'm going to nick your phrase. So any other method is prescriptive, and mine is born from perception. So it's not my way. As far as I can see, with everything that I've learned, it is finding efficiencies within our system to run in our innate way. And for that, we need to have all our ducks in a row. We have to have all of our innate movement patterns organized within the brain, and then joints available, all of them. Take your entire body for the run with you. Some joints might be fused together. I've got neck fusion, so you have to shrug your shoulders. So you work with what you have, but you make the most of what you have.
Yeah, this is so fascinating because it turns movement into a conversation with the body.
Nice.
Not just a command from somewhere, a manual to tell me what to do and how to do it. You just said something about it, the whole body. You talked about job share when we run or walk, when we move. What does that mean? Sharing what with whom?
So people think that they run with their legs. And we do. We land on our legs. But movement, propulsion is the communication between the upper body and the lower body. The upper body helps. If the upper body just doesn't move and is tense, it is like an effective sack of potatoes on the pelvis. So now, it doesn't matter how small you are, if your upper body isn't dynamically joining in with the action, it is effectively a sack of potatoes. You will land more heavily. The upper body lifts us. It assists in the the loadings. It lifts us into the air and it keeps us lighter. Now, we don't want to run like a bird. I've done that too, and that doesn't work either. So we are ground mammals and we need to land and be grounded, but we sort of get airborne, ground, and we use our feet to access the elastic recoil through the relaxed foot, spreading and creating the opportunity for the free energy from the elastic recoil. And so the upper body needs to be dynamic and mobile, not stiff and unmoving or tense, because it makes it harder work for the lower body. So that's not kind, that's not a job share. And within the same job sharing concept, we're talking about joint availability in 3 dimensions. So you might have movement in an arm swing here in the side view saddle plane, forward and back, but that's not helping the weight shift. So running is all about weight shift because you've got to get from this foot to that foot. So we have to weight shift. There's lateral movement. If there's no lateral movement, you're bouncing around like Tigger on the midline. You're just going up and down. So we have this forward trajectory with movement from the right side to the left side and back again repetitively. So we need 3-dimensional movement of joints where there is 3 dimensions. Knee is 2 dimensions, ankle is 1. Pretty much everything else is 3 dimensions. So do we have the availability of movement in the left to right plane and the rotational plane? And what was a massive surprise to me when I wrote the book and thought, after learning all the joint mechanics, I thought, now I can put science to the movement patterning that I've been thinking about and doing since I was 13. Now I can explain it. Now I've got the tool to explain it. And what was just the biggest surprise to me was that nobody had written a book about running with 3 planes of motion, exploring the 3 planes of motion that is our humanness in our movement patterns, which I thought was really interesting because I didn't set about deliberately doing that. It just happened to be a way of explaining how to explore and find better.
Yeah. So when I do this job sharing and I recruit as much as I can from my body, the legs, the arms, the torso, the pelvic and my muscles, do they share the load of running, all of them?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
If they can move in helpful, coordinated, harmonious ways, yes.
The book is also described as building an innovative pyramid of running knowledge. If you agree with this proposition, and we are seeing a pyramid in front of us, what's at the foundation?
Awareness.
When I do running again, I will be a different person.
Oh,
really, it's going to be
that gives me such
people
joy.
will see a different Hella running in the playground because I will sharpen my senses and get, as I'm pinching all the words from you, a feedback from how I find things comfortable, efficient, doable, and I will be aware of what I'm doing.
Pinching yours, non-prescriptive and full of perception.
Yes. Breathing.
Mm-hmm.
When I run anyhow just to survive the run. I get out of breath very, very quickly. Please teach me how I could coordinate my breath with my stride or whatever I should be coordinating it with.
Yeah, I would just breathe and not worry about coordinating at all. In time, people, if you start to tune in, you start to become aware that when you're really feeling good, there might be a rhythm of to your footfalls, three strides to an in-breath, and maybe 4 strides to an out breath, and the in breath and the out breath go in and movements. That comes in time. Initially, I would keep the effort levels low enough that you're not huffing and puffing. Because if the launch point is huffing and puffing, your launch point is that of discomfort and effort. And as soon as you have too much effort, there's too much tension in the system, and then you can't tap into your efficiency of freedom of movement because you're too tense, you're trying too hard. So let your breath actually guide you to easier movement. Maybe just take a few, that swear word, walking steps during a run. Calm the heart rate down, calm the breathing down, and then go back into the trot. You can use your level of breathing as your barometer of properly getting fitter instead of struggling, developing cardiovascular strength, because you're not doing battle with your body. You're not fighting it. You're going with how the human being moves. So you're trotting for a bit and you think, oh, that's now effortful breathing. I'm just going to walk for 10 paces and then go into the trot again. So I think people jump in way too far down the line, doing complicated things like trying to coordinate their breathing before they've even found comfort. So you're just going to be in an endless struggle if you leap in that deep.
Yeah, this is a very silly question, but I have to ask: how do I breathe? Like inhale, exhale.
It's not a silly question. It's so common. And
how do I breathe?
A lovely way of limiting the amount of effort you're putting in is to just close your mouth. So you're just breathing. You need to take tissues. It's counterintuitive. If we are always moving with our mouth open, it dries the mucous membranes so that we don't realize we're overproducing mucus because we keep drying the mucous membranes out. So when you decide, oh, I'm going to enjoy this run because I'm only going at the effort level possible whilst keeping my mouth shut, there will be copious amounts of mucus that you are now noticing because you are in overproduction mode. Eventually, you won't be in overproduction mode because things will calm. They'll find a better way because you're not continually drying them out.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that because sometimes I drool from my nose and I feel embarrassed.
Yeah, so just take some tissues. It's all fine. It's human. It's the messy part of the human, but it's fine. You just close your mouth. You don't need to think that I'm going to breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth. Just close your mouth. That's it. Yeah. It's a nicer look. I always think that the mouth open is a bit gormless looking and slack-jawed. So I think close your mouth and smile.
Yeah. You talk about a practice called foot wiping. What is that?
Yes. So that came about because what I was doing in my education seemed not to always work. So the treatment protocol for hypersensitive feet seemed not necessarily to be working in the way that it was taught it would work. And I wondered why. I wondered, and the idea came from the veterinary world where the vets know that, so I was told by a vet, if a cow or a lamb or any animal, four-legged animal, is born by cesarean section, a farm animal that needs to get onto their feet immediately. If they're born by cesarean section, this reflex that enables them to immediately walk doesn't emerge. So they have to stimulate it. They have to go squeeze as hard as they can from the armpits of the animal down to the hips of the animal to emerge this reflex that would have emerged if they'd come out the birth canal, and then they can get up and walk and survive. And I thought, well, that's really interesting. So sometimes these reflexes that instigate movement in the first place don't emerge, and sometimes they seem to stay there unwanted. They're just still there in varying degrees. So maybe when feet are hypersensitive, and the strategy around the hypersensitivity is rigidity, which is what I see commonly, more commonly than hyposensitive. So, squeamish feet, oh, don't touch my feet, don't touch my feet. And you want to bounce around and run on them, and they're not moving, which is not nice for knees, not nice for feet, never mind knees. So I thought, well, I wonder if we just need to use these sensitivities up. I wonder if we just scrub them away, as if, maybe socks were put on too soon and there wasn't enough information to modulate the initial reflexive actions. I don't know. So it started as an experiment, but because I can measure everything, it became consistently completely brilliant. And you think, oh, so this is all we need to do. So it's not rolling on a spiky board, it's rubbing. So I just called it foot wiping because that's what we were doing. So with bare feet, just as if you've got mud on the soles of your shoes, you're wiping your feet on a doormat, but you haven't got any shoes on. Then it became a little bit more specific in that I was saying, okay, every single millimeter is important, it turns out. So we need to get into the outside edges and the inside edges. Where the toes meet the foot became a very particular point of concern, and the toe tips. And there's videos on Insta where I demonstrate all of this. It's all there, out there, free.
Amazing.
So it was being thorough. And what happened was feet seemed to then instantly become freer, instantly. So I will have somebody in clinic, their feet don't move. They're walking on them, but the 33 jointed foot is not moving. It's just like inert. And you think, goodness me, no toes lifting, nothing. Or the toes are reaching to the sky madly, but it's not picking the foot up. So it's just toe movement, but no foot movement, so no ankle movement, not nice for knees. So I started seeing instant results. So then I thought, right, let's have a little group, my little research group. So I had 15 guinea pigs. So can you wipe your feet twice a day whilst you're cleaning your teeth? I don't want to impose on your life. And let's do a start and an end. Wipe your feet twice a day whilst cleaning your teeth thoroughly as you can. And one of my friends, she was a policeman, and she had to admit, she said, well, I only did it 1 minute in the morning because I just didn't have time in the morning. I just had to go on duty, but I did 2 minutes in the evening. And one of the ladies was a lovely marathon runner. She loved her marathons, and she was a barefoot runner, Vibram 5 fingers, the tickliest feet ever. And her marathon time was always 5.5 hours, always 5.5 hours, 5.5 hours, 5.5 hours. And then all she did was this for 3 months. And her next marathon was 5 hours. And all of them measured better. But whilst they were doing it, everybody was measuring better. Everybody was measuring better. Better movement through the feet, opening the stride, easier, more comfortable, all the good stuff. And you think, okay, so it is literally, I interpret that in my non-expert brain as we have these receptive fields in our feet that in the first instance, when we're teeny tiny, instigate movement. So there's a stroke to the sole of the foot and toes ping up all over the place. And we go, this little piggy went to market, this little piggy went home, and, all of these little playful games, and toes are moving all over the place. It's all very cute. And they are there to start our movement journey. They are not for infants. They are for human movement.
Yeah.
And all it is initial movement patterns that morph. So their reflexes travel 180 to 270 miles an hour. So it's done. For you, to you, done. It starts there, and then it modulates into all the shapes that the tickles create, the receptive fields create, the shapes, but without the sensitivity, because we can't have it that every time because these receptive fields will respond in that way with toes going all over the place, either with a stroke or with traction through the tissue. But this is us traveling through our feet. If we travel through our feet, our body weight plus gravity is going to lengthen that tissue, which would trigger the receptive field to some degree. So toes ping up madly, going through leather uppers, not just socks, but leather uppers. Or the strategy is the central nervous system seems to block the movement. So there's no movement of the foot. But then the foot isn't free to move and you want to bounce around on it when you're running. So it seems like we use up these receptive fields that didn't for some reason get modulated into freedom of movement. So we have the movement pattern, but not the automaticity of the initial reflex. But it seems we can modulate it at any time. So it didn't get modulated, softened, tamed, calmed, but we can do it at any time because we're neuroplastic. And it's like it's the hardwiring in the brain, but actually nothing is hardwired because it's all soft-wired because we can change it.
You mentioned infants, and I believe you referenced childhood a few times now. How would child development when we were little, just learning how to walk and how to run, affect injury patterns or movement patterns when we grow up later in life? I believe you have a Lego story.
Yes. Oh, thank you for asking. It is my, apart from running, it's another passion. It is because it's not infant development. It is movement development. It just is that the infants get to do it first, but it's not theirs. It isn't theirs. And it's the expertise that gets boxed. Okay, so that element of movement belongs here. And now we have an age group. Okay, so it only belongs to these little teeny tiny people. And we know that's not true. We know, sadly, with all of the evidence, there's even films being made of it. One of them was Concussion with Will Smith, which is the story of the NFL players who, lots of bonks on the head, and the movement patterning that was organized becomes disorganized.
Because of the concussion?
Because of the concussions, the multiple concussions. So they rehab, the injury that happened to them, the shoulder, the back, the knee, whatever it might be. But they're never the same again because, recover from the concussion, but nobody goes back to check what I then dubbed pieces of Lego. So the Lego story was simply my way to try and get across in this world that is dominated by strength conditioning type protocols. It's an and. So that story is incomplete. And can we also just check to make sure that this sliver of brain science that I shoehorned into 17 minutes of this film, and I sent it to one of my teachers with holding my breath. If I got this right, I tell stories in my head because it helps me understand. Have I got the story right? Was the question. And it turned out that he said to me, "Oh, I enjoyed that story, and I think that it's a good way of showing the brain science here." So I was like, "Okay, phew, and breathe." So the Lego story is the reflexive action is the knobbly bits on the pieces of Lego.
Yes.
And the shape of the Lego is the shape of the movement reflex. So as if, for instance, you stroke the foot and the toe pings up, as if, for instance. And we initially, the knobbly bit is the dominant force, but the more we use it, the more it becomes less dominant and can connect with other pieces of Lego to build more complex movement. So in the end, the knobbles are always there. They are always there, but they're soft enough to not be standing proud all by themselves. They can connect with other pieces of Lego to create more complex movement. And if you have enough trauma, and this can be both emotional trauma and physical trauma, and particularly head trauma. You have a big bonk to the brain, enough of those. What was organized so that you could put pieces of Lego together becomes disorganized, and now the knobbly bit is on its own again. So it becomes a reflexive action. And they know this to be true because then they'll talk about retained primitive reflexes. And I always think some of this terminology that we have is so unhelpful. So they are termed primitive reflexes, but that makes it feel not very human, even, not very Homo sapien, even. It might be my perception, but I just think that the term is unhelpful. I just term them, they're just initial reflexes. And the reflexive element remains our whole life, but the automaticity of the reflexive movement gets softened and modulated through movement development. And what was organized can become disorganized with a bonk on the head. So we need to make sure, can that NFR player not play anymore because the timing element got knocked off? He's reflexively now wedded to a movement that he has no control over because it's reflexive again, instead of a complex movement pattern without automaticity. So we need to rehab the joints and the soft tissue, and we need to check to make sure that the Lego is not out of its box, disorganized with the knobble showing. We need it to all be organized and connected. So that's how the Lego story got emerged, because I was trying to explain this in clinic all the time, because what I was seeing was movement patterns that didn't seem to be anything related to joint mechanics or injury. It was, well, what's going on there? Why are they moving like that?
Yes. Now, Helen, it seems that your book, even with your shoes on, is not only instructional. It feels like it's personal, reflective, and in a way deeply spiritual. I mean, what we have here is a philosophy, a poetic philosophy. Your writing includes quotes from Benjamin Franklin, one of America's founding fathers, physicist Richard Feynman, singers as well, singer India Arie, and John Wesley. I mean, even 50 Shades of Grey. This is an eclectic mix. I want to know, how do these diverse references fit into your approach towards mindset, running, movement?
Well, these eloquent writers, I feel when I was trying to get across a sense, a feeling, these writers had much more eloquence than I could access. I'm not a good enough writer yet. Maybe I don't practice enough, but they encapsulated. So the skill of a poet is to say something profound in very few words. Now, I babble and I use many, 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 many words. The book is 105,000 words. That was partly because I need a library of words to say the same thing, because not one way of describing things will resonate with everybody. So I've learned through coaching over the years, I have to have a whole library of saying exactly the same thing, but in different ways, and then something would land. So I use enough words already, and sometimes you hear a quote and you think, oh, that just hits the spot, because it's a sense and a feeling, not a doing. And the poetry of other people's words gave me the sense of the feeling of it all. Yeah.
Yes.
Does that explain it?
It does. It does perfectly. I used to be a writer, so I get it. I love the fact that your book includes QR codes throughout, leading to how to do videos. Which video is the most popular so far?
Yes. So it is the getting your head on right is the, and a maximum head rotation one. Those two, because it's they're on Vimeo, they're held on Vimeo, and they give me the stats. So people are very interested in getting their head on right, and to the extent that drill, the same drill is described, I think it's 6 different ways. So it's the same drill, but I talk it through 6 different ways in order to get the message across to people.
Yeah, it says a lot that the most watched videos are about coordination and posture, not power.
No, and that and the feet mobilizations. They want it's my feet, I'll go to the feet. And you think, no, it might be the feet, it might be something else. So you've got to keep going global. But yes, the sagittal cog described. So the sagittal cog is, I think I use names that help me remember it too. So the sagittal cog, which is getting your head on right, is the Amazon warrior with knock knees meets the hunchback with bow legs. And that describes...
Funny names.
Yes, that describes the joint mechanics in the whole system when viewed from the side, when upright.
Yeah.
Either with a spine extended or spine flexed. Yeah. So I have, I'm a little teapot, and is there poo on my shoe? Because it invokes the shape that I want people to think of as they're creating the shape, not just follow this. We are creating shapes. This is what we do. Our movement is patterning and shapes.
Yes. Helen, you combine data from advanced Gait analysis with over 46 year experience of visual feedback. How would you place high-tech analysis versus old-school assessment tools like simply using your eyes or even intuition?
Not everybody has access to high-tech anything. I needed to know more. I needed to understand better. And so I just went all in.
With Doris?
With Doris.
Do you call her a she? Or a...
Yes, no, she's a she. Yes, she's definitely a she.
Amazing.
And the thing about, so somebody can be really good at static assessment. And with movement, with static assessment, you can get hands-on. But when somebody's moving, you can't stay with them with hands-on. You can't know what is happening inside that person's system as they're moving, because you would interfere with their movements. So yes, you can look. So in the field, I have to use my eyes without the tech all the time. You can use iPhones and cameras and slow it down and look, but you can't see in. And all of our learnings, what we learn from the anatomy books, anything to do with the musculoskeletal system, everything that we know is based on these laws, these rules of muscle attachments, direction of contraction, joint mechanics. So what I've learned by measuring it all is there is a massive, massive leap from, if I see that, it equals this. And I would expect to see the same because I've learned the same things. And then I see, oh my goodness, it's not. It's not doing that. It's not following the rules. This skeletal frame is not following the rules of our musculoskeletal system and our joint mechanics. How very dare it? It's that. And so I keep seeing more and more. We think that's happening. We assume it is. We see it happening because our brain works by prediction. So we see what we want to see.
Yes.
And the reality is often otherwise. I once had a cranial osteopath come with her boyfriend and who had a knee problem. And everybody who looked at him said, oh, his spine is in a left lateral flexion, so a left banana. That's why his left knee hurts. He needs to be able to make a right banana, a right lateral flexion. And so everybody was sending him to the right and he wasn't getting any better. And his spine was not in a left lateral flexion.
Wasn't?
It was in a right lateral flexion, but it looked like a left lateral flexion. And she said to me, when she was with me, she said, because she came with her partner, if she hadn't seen it for her own eyes, she would have never have believed it. Yeah. So we think we know what's going on. And we might be right and we might not. Yeah. And X-rays currently don't measure you moving, nor do MRIs. And Force Kinetic, with lots of stickers, they also are limited in the information that comes out. So I found this technology developed by an engineer who worked in the radiography department back in the 70s in the scoliotic clinic, where they were X-raying the kids with scoliosis, a curvature of the spine, to see if the treatment protocol was working. And of course, unbeknownst to them at the time, giving the children a 400% chance of cancer from the radiotherapy. And he set about his life's work to create technology that could measure more accurately than an X-ray with no more radiation than a light bulb. And I just thought that was amazing. It took him until the 90s to do that. Then it took him till the, I think about 2010 for it to be more accurate than an X-ray in walking motion.
Yes.
And then until 2019 for up to 30 kilometers an hour. And as soon as I discovered the technology could be running, it was like, okay, I need to have that, please. How much do I need to sell my soul?
Remortgage my house.
Yes, indeed. And so that was my second iteration. So the first one was walking technology in 2014, and then 2019, Doris arrived, and Doris can measure.
When was Doris made?
Where? Germany,
of course.
German technology.
They don't do anything wrong. They can't make anything that's not functioning perfectly well.
Yeah. And it's still the drive behind the business. So Helmut Diers, who was the original founder, he's retired now, but he's still involved in the business, and his two sons have taken over. So they're still driving the business forward. It's incredible technology. And I learn every day. Every day is a learning day.
That's why you wrote, unless you're objectively assessing, you're guessing.
Yes. And that was slightly nicked from Paul Czech. So I did quite a few years of training with the Czech Institute. And he said, unless you're assessing, you're guessing. And the assessment tools back then, that was 2011-12, I think, time. The tools then were still manual tools, but at least you were getting a better idea. You weren't just eyeballing things. Because we think we know what we're looking at. And Germany did an amazing study. So Doris, she gives me marks out of 10 every day in clinic. I have to put 3 stickers on certain bony places. And if they're accurately placed, then she is more accurate than an X-ray up to 30 kilometers an hour. And I continually, regularly get the stickers in the wrong place. And I ask her to check. So I put the stickers on for the static measurements, and she doesn't need them for the static measurements, but I put them on to be marked so that I can make sure that the movement is accurate. And I do it because Germany said, we did a study. We had 50 different practitioners, all known to know their bony landmarks. And according to the technology, they had 50 different answers.
Oh.
So we think we're good. This is the problem. Our assumption of our knowing is not actually the reality.
Yes, it's so wrong perception of the brain.
Yeah. So we just we assume from our learning that we're better than we actually think we are, or we're better than we believe we are. So I just have to assume that I've got it wrong. Okay, Doris, can you check? And if I've got it right, yay, I'll take it. But it will be pretty random. It's extraordinary. We have to just put our egos in our boxes a little bit.
Yes, we do need that. And I can't help myself but to keep with the codes because they're all wonderful. The pain area, that's what you're saying. The pain area is the area doing the most work. Treat it with love. That's a very different perspective from the usual, let's fix the painful part, isn't it?
In clinic, people start stroking what they have been cursing. They have been cursing their right leg because their right leg has been giving them all this bother all these years. And then they realize that it wasn't the leg's fault. The leg was doing all the work. And actually, the problem was from maybe their shoulder girdle, restricting the movement of the pelvis, and maybe commonly a spatial disorganization left to right. So they were hugging the midline and that side was being pulled more. So they end up spontaneously stroking instead of cursing the area of pain that they have been angry at all these years. And it's like, no, be nice, be kind. It's working really, really hard. If it's chronic and it hasn't responded to the standard protocols, it's probably because it's doing more than it wants to. Probably. There are still, we don't know, there are no absolutes, but it's probable.
Yes.
And I'm not the only one out there saying this at all. There are lots of modalities that are saying this. It just seems to still be within the big, the global world of movement. The old thinking seems to still be that of, we look at the painful area. Everybody is just looking with the blinkers on just at the painful area instead of the entire body. How does that painful area fit within the whole, statically and moving?
You personally attest that at the age of, I'm not gonna. Oh no! at your age, that you are getting better and better at what you do and at running. There is this mindset or attitude that poor pattern movements are inevitable outcome of aging. How would you challenge this attitude?
I reject it entirely. When you consider, again, we scratch the surface, does it make sense? Invariably, the pain is not on both sides of the body. Let's talk about a knee because the knee is easy. So if the pain is in the right knee, the left knee is just as old as the right knee, but the left knee doesn't hurt. So it can't be age. We are, if you have, there's a big cause correlation element as well. So there's a painful area. We'll go in and have a scan, and we see some meniscus tear, something, wear and tear, degenerative. We see bone on bone. Well, they didn't scan the other knee. And I actually recently worked with a lady who had immense pain in one hip, and there was a labral tear. And they actually had scanned the other hip too, and there was a labral tear. They wanted, and there was wear and tear, and they wanted to do 2 hip replacements. And she wanted to know, was this a good idea? And I said, well, I'm not the surgeon, but there's no pain on the other side. Nothing at all. The pain is only on one side, but the joints looked exactly the same. So it can't be the look of the joint. It would need to be, what is that hip that hurts? What extra duress is that hip under that the other one that looks exactly the same on the scan isn't under? So then you have to it's not about dissing anything. It's about looking at the entire picture. And Volvo did a study a long time ago. This is sort of one of those stories that have been bandied around for, it's now decades, because it was an eye-opening moment. So Volvo, many decades ago, did a study. They wasn't a study. They wanted to make the best car seat. So it was Volvo, the best car seat. And of course, they were in competition with Audi, Vorsprung durch Technik. And so they wanted to make a car seat that was comfortable, the best car seat, not orthopedic. So they had 500 volunteers for the sitting tests, and they weren't allowed to have any history of back pain. And each volunteer was scanned in the MRI. 76% of them, it was said, had disc prolapse. No pain. So when there is pain and you have a scan and there's a disc prolapse, there's an automatic cause correlation. Oh, the pain is because you have a disc prolapse. Well, it might be, but it might not be.
Yes.
We can't know. We need more information.
You talked about cultures where some people carry things on their heads. I come from such culture. I come from Egypt, and it's a common thing in rural areas that women would carry a huge pots of water on top of their heads. And you said that their backs don't hurt. Why do you think that? Do they have stronger muscles or better core stability?
When we carry in the Western world, we'll load with modern day backpacks. We'll load up our back, but we'll take the weight on our back. So now all the forces everything's under strain. So now the head is forward. And so we've got all of the extra loads from the strain of the head, plus the load on the back. And you can't move freely underneath. Whereas when you put the weight on your head, if your head is perched effortlessly on the top of your spine, and bearing in mind if you're forward, it'll probably fall off. So you've got this proprioception, this awareness of it's balanced on the top of your head, therefore your head must be balanced on top of your spine. And you have free movement of your body underneath whilst taking the load. It is a more practical way of load management.
Yeah, is that what we should take from these traditional practices, not to wear or use backpacks?
I think that in the Western world, people aren't going to go around carrying things on their heads.
No.
But backpacks tend to be slung on and not worn in the way that the manufacturers have intended, with all of the buckles being done up and the hip.
Most of them don't have buckles in the first place.
Well, those are smaller backpacks that we really shouldn't overload. So I think that the problem is we want to carry the kitchen sink around with us.
It's true.
Yes, and then the bigger ones, you'll often see people carrying big loads, but they haven't bothered with the hip. What's it called? Belt area.
Buckles. Right?
Yes, which helps distribute the weight evenly across the body without you carrying it. It is resting on your pelvis. So I think that we're often our own worst enemies. We're lazy and and it looks a bit nerdy perhaps. We don't want to look like a numpty. I don't know. Sometimes we don't even think about what we're doing. We're just uncaring of our entire body.
Yeah. If you were sitting in a London cafe, leisurely having a cup of tea and watching people go by, what would you conclude about how we move today?
I have been known, when we had the shop, to run out of the shop when I saw a beautiful mover run down the street and just say, thank you.
Really?
Just thank you. You've made my day. There are beautiful movers out there. So I think that it's not about being critical. It's about, goodness, that looks awkward. It's people are not helping themselves and not realizing they're not helping themselves. And then and then getting themselves into trouble and then finding it difficult to get out of trouble because of the way that they are mindlessly moving. And of course, we blame the ubiquitous, we're always in our phone. And yes, but actually, I think it's the visual field. So we are, instead of walking around and actually being engaged in our environments, we're on the phone, we're walking along, texting and on the phone, looking at something, and it's too close. So we're forced into convergent vision, which is tension within the system, but it's invisible unless you have experienced the release of peripheral vision. And then the tension within the system of convergent vision is easily done. You can just sit there whilst you're listening to us and just take in the sides of the room that you're in. Yeah. And your gaze, without moving your eyeballs, your eyeballs have to soften. And your whole system, you'll feel the difference in you. Wherever your tension was, you will probably find there's less. And then you'll be able to make it again as soon as you go into convergent vision and focus laser vision on something.
We call our podcast The Visionary. We're all about vision and innovation. This section is all about visionary, moral, ethical questions. You've once said we are movement animals. What do you think we have lost as a society when it comes to fitness, sports, movement, and what is the cost of that?
So I think that this is so multifactorial. And what immediately now pops into my head is we think we need to exercise. We need to work out. So we've morphed movement and we've boxed it into this segment of, okay, I've got to do this 45 minutes or this, whatever it is, 8 minutes of HIIT. And then that's it. I've done my exercise.
You're just describing me.
Yeah. And then the rest of the time, we're not moving because we've done our exercise. And they tell us that pandiculation, so a pandiculation is a whole body stiffening. So you imagine a dog getting up and you've been asleep for a while. He'll get up, I'm just thinking of my dog now, he'll get up and he'll just like 4 legs like this, and then, one leg at the back and then the other leg and then a whole body shimmy. And that happens, they tell us, 14 to 17 times a day in animals. Whole body waking up. And humans don't. We might do a stretch routine, a prescriptive stretched routine, not an instinctive. We might, we've got a bit of an ache here. We might, oof, but only when we've reached the point of discomfort instead of regularly. Yeah. And I think, so this, we get into how we're made. So we start off as 2 cells and they divide. And then we're a little pancake. And the pancake folds. And the folding pancake makes tubes for all of our, food pipe and air pipe and major vessels. And then it folds and morphs into more pockets for the organs. And we think of movement as musculoskeletal, muscles and tendons and strength and aesthetics. I think of movement and health and well-being as organ health. We will not feel well if our organs aren't healthy. Just because you run every day doesn't mean to say you are well or healthy. Our quality movement depends on our movement, moving our organs. I think our movement patterns, our innate movement patterns, are there within all of the embryonic folding to create the movement for the health of the organs. And it's the movement of the body that does that. So it's the movement of the body that feeds the health of the organs, the movement of the organs, and our health and well-being.
Amazing.
Not the other way. There's another way around. And I almost get lost in my thoughts because I think, oh, it's this. And I think that we've got lost with control about so much movement is controlled. Everything in the gym is controlled. Lots of different and very beautiful movement patterns are very controlled, very structured. And I wonder how that translates and whether or not your liver is saying, thank you so much for that controlled movement. Or if it's saying, could you actually just bend and weave a little bit more and use a little bit more of the variability of my complex movement patterns that are available in order for me to be a little bit more comfortable? I don't know. I just wonder about these things. And the more prescriptive our movement becomes, the more it becomes exercise, the more it becomes a little bit dull, maybe. And the less we are involved in the way our bodies would thrive with if they moved in a more natural way and a less human thought of way, a less man-made way.
Yes, that reflection, it totally captured how we outsourced intuition and blindly followed instructions, me included. We live a life that keeps telling us what to do and doesn't allow us to feel. We're almost like industrialized movements. Yes. Amazing. In your book, you talk about self-healing and self-massaging. I love this topic, because I do believe in our innate potential to do much, much more. And I love this question. I think in every episode I ask it. It's a standard thing. Talk to me about the body's amazing capacity to heal itself.
Well, and it's a beautiful segue to what we were just talking about with our movement begetting the health of the organs, being there for the health of the organs. So it is the healing. So I don't know if they've changed that. So a few years ago, I was told by a geneticist who I happen to be working with that we know the journey of a stem cell to a ligament cell. Now, I might have got this the wrong way around. It was either, it's either this way around or the opposite. So we know the journey of a stem cell to a ligament cell. We have no idea how the stem cell becomes a tendon cell or the other way around. But the stem cell does. And you think, I am just in awe. We have so much regenerative ability. We don't understand it yet. We don't know it all yet. The brain scientists tell us that when we're talking about the neuroplasticity of the brain, which is in charge of all this healing, the brain sends the resources to wherever we need it. So when we do the extra gardening and we have the calluses on our hands, we don't make the calluses. The brain is, oh my goodness, we need some more skin cells here. Otherwise, we're going to have a hole and infection's going to get in. So we're going to have a callus. And then when you stop doing the gardening, the callus disappears because the brain doesn't need to send any resources anymore. So we don't replenish that which we built up. When a bone is broken, the brain goes, oh my goodness, we need some bone cells here. Send lots of bone cells. And then when it's got enough, it stops sending them. And actually, it's overmade it. And then a few other bone cells come along and smooth it all out and sculpt it and make it nice. Incredible. Can we do that? No. So we know that the brain can send resources wherever it needs to. We exercise and we get strong muscles. What we've done is stress the muscle. The brain thinks, oh my goodness, this muscle is stressed. I better send some more muscle cells and strengthen this, shore up this area, because otherwise it's going to collapse in a heap. We know these things are going on, but we don't have to instruct the brain. The brain just does it. So the brain scientists tell us the sky is the limit. So it's just learning more and more. How can we learn more and more how to use our brain in better ways to find better for us? We can't take over the healing. We can definitely get in the way of it. We can definitely decelerate healing by getting in the way, but we can't accelerate it. That's the domain of the brain. All we can do is better understand the brain to tap into its amazingness.
Yes, and it does that without even our help sometimes.
Even when
on
we're
its own,
sleeping.
Sleeping, yeah. Helen, you blend objective data with intuitive coaching. How do you see technology like motion capture or AI changing the way we understand and improve movement in the next, let's say, 10 years?
It's a really good question, and it's a tricky one. AI, so much of the technology is about giving us the answer. We want the answer. What's the answer? Give me the answer. Give it to me so I don't have to go find it. So it's almost, with the one hand, it will give you instant answers. On the other hand, it's like, how do we learn? So we learn by making mistakes. We know that's the best way to learn. We know all of this. We have to fall down, then we'll get back up again and we'll learn. If we just learn by rote, we're given the answer, X equals Y. I feel as if we might, because we don't understand movement yet, you wonder if movement understanding, human understanding will actually, could it stall? I don't know. But it doesn't tap into the entirety of us, which is our perceptions, our feelings, our noticings, our awareness. It would almost strip the need away to, oh, we don't need to notice, just ask AI. Well, AI is not going to provide you with a solution if you haven't noticed that, I don't know, your inside your shoe, your big toe on your right is doing, in fact, it's going the wrong way. It doesn't know your big toe is going the wrong way inside your shoe. So it takes away autonomy and sovereignty and ownership of you. So whilst I am absolutely not against technology, I have invested a lot of money in the most advanced tech in the world.
I could tell.
It's a lot. To understand better. But Doris doesn't give me the answers. She just shows me what's going on, and I have to question, okay, why? Why is that happening? Whilst all the advancements, if we're heading in the right direction with technology that can measure things and help us understand better, we've still got to think better. We still have to give ourselves the freedom to think better. And of course, technology can't get a sense of what you're feeling within. There's a tribe in, I think it's Africa, and I think they pronounce it the Yui tribe, where they have 9 senses. We have 5.
9 senses.
9 senses.
What are they? Do you remember?
I don't know all the 9, but one of them, and the most important one, is balance. So their very, very first sense, and they'll be, the little 3-year-old will be balancing a little teacup on their head.
Aww.
Because balance to them is the most important sense. So we think of, if I ask somebody what they think the 5 senses are, they'll generally rattle off 4, and then they'll have to sit tight to think of the final one, and they'll forget
the touch. I forget
or,
the touch.
Or smell. So that's the 2 most common I've come across with them. They're thinking, taste, and they've forgotten about their nostrils because they never use them. Their mouth is always open. It's always quite interesting. So we think of 5, and they say, well, but those are outside influences coming in. We're talking about internal, introception. So our sense of balance, where we are in space. What Western person talks about their sense of spatial organization and their awareness of themselves in space? Doesn't happen. And I don't know that AI is going to sort that out for us. We have to do that work. We have to become more aware of where we are in space. And if we don't know where we are, find ways to find out why we don't know where we are. And then once we know why we don't know where we are, then we can find solutions to sort that out.
If you could set one new standard practice in sports medicine, what would it be?
Well, this is a proper, deep, important thing. It is, I feel there's a vision in me or a mission, and I can't stop talking about this. I want to write another book and do fun stuff with running. And I see people struggle unnecessarily, I think, because the help that is coming to them is too high up. It's too far beyond what their system is capable of, because the foundational, innate, fundamental movement patterns are a mess, but nobody's looking there. It's the easiest thing to look for. It's the simplest thing, because it's how we all started.
Do you mean to say that the industry tends to jump to advanced interventions before checking the basics?
Yes, essentially. So they're missing why are they moving like that? It isn't because it needs stretching or strengthening. They're moving like that because maybe the brain has no awareness of this side and is constantly driven to this side, or they can't rotate to this side because the cerebellum is not, the timing of everything is a bit slow in that area of that cerebellum. So in order to remain safe, it keeps the person to the other side. But these invisible elements of movement are contained in the world of infanthood, because they're considered, it seems like they're considered there and they're known, but then there's a cutoff point. But we know, we've already discussed that there isn't a cutoff point ever. And you can organize that which has never been organized whenever, and you can reorganize something that got disorganized that had been previously organized. If it's our fundamental innate movement patterning, we can speak to it. And if we can just make sure that that is done first, as a matter of course, a bit like an MOT, you go in with a car, doesn't matter how fancy your car is. It needs to have brakes that work, a steering wheel that has no play, lights that flick on and off when you tell them to, and a fuel tank that can feed whatever it needs into the engine. And I'm sure it needs lots more in an MOT. I'm not familiar with MOTs, but it's that kind of thing. There is an absolute baseline of investigation that needs to be first, not last. People come to me, they tell me they're a medical mystery. Well, they are if your start point is complex and way up there and requires surgery. But does it require surgery? Or if it does require surgery, are they going to heal well if their innate movement patterning for that particular thing that caused the deterioration in the first place still remains deteriorated? I do think it's partly why they don't want to do a hip replacement until you're old enough to not need another one, because you'll wear it out. How do you wear out a hip replacement? I know a guy who wore out a titanium hip in 2 years. How? Why? It's that whatever was in their system that wore it out in the first place is still there until you find what it is and deal with it. And if it's something to do with movement development, it's easy because a baby does it.
Yes.
In the first instance, we do all of this as tiny people.
I think you spilled the beans a little bit about your next big idea when you said you're writing another book. Tell us about it.
So it was, again, so this is not complete. Nothing is complete. My book is the beginning. Okay, let's start here. I reference what I've just spoken about in it, but it's when I wrote this. So it was published 7.5 years ago now, and even then it was, I think I'll just mention it. I'll just keep mentioning it in passing because I'm not quite sure anybody's going to listen yet. And I used a term when I recently reread it for Audible, and there's only 2 words in the whole book that I would change, which I was really thrilled with. And the 2 words are reflexive health. And I thought, I wouldn't use that again. Movement development. It's movement development. And there's no age group. It's just our movement development. And so I reference it in here. And my next book, I want to bring together everything in just a little easy, happy, condensed version of everything I know, the top 20 ways to make running easier, faster for less effort, more efficient. Using everything I know to date, but it's not regurgitating everything I know, it's everything I know in the context of running and making running efficient.
Yes.
So that for me is just a joyous project. But the mission is a sporty child will just automatically be in all the sporty teams and they'll do lots of sports.
Yes.
And a non-sporty child won't be picked for the teams, won't be involved in that. PE is, it's hateful and they'll do something else. And it almost feels like you're, by virtue of where that child has got to in their movement development, bearing in mind the brain isn't mature until, they used to say age 25. Some are now saying 26. Some are saying 27.
For men, it's 30s, they say.
So, well, that explains a lot. No, I retract. I joke. I'm just joking. So it is the brain development of these children is being missed. So it's, have you ticked all the milestones? Okay, tick, tick, tick. Yes, normal milestones, normal, lovely. But if that child doesn't want to move, that is not normal. We're movement animals. So that's a red flag. Why aren't we going in and checking the absolute basics? I call them non-negotiables. I see it so often. I created online courses because it was people were coming to me after a long waiting list with their chronic pain. And it was simple, non-negotiable movement development stuff. Not difficult to understand, not difficult to reorganize. But the information isn't out there because it's contained in the box for the teeny tiny people.
Yeah, we talk about children again. I think it was last week when I was talking to Olivia, who's waiting now outside with your lovely husband, having a chat waiting for us. And I suggested to do a play date. She said, "Mommy, we don't call it." She's 9. She said, "Mommy, we don't call it a play date now. What do you call it? A visit." Okay, a visit. What do you do at break time at school? Don't you run around and play? No, we're no longer children. We chit-chat.
Oh, wow.
And I felt so sad. What do you mean?
Wow.
We no longer play and run around freely and do this?
Wow.
No, they act like teenagers. They chit-chat.
So in the intake form, when people come to the clinic, I ask what their occupation is, not what they do for a living, but what occupies most of the hours of your day in terms of what you are doing. Are you moving? Are you sitting? So they'll say an accountant, and I say, okay, you're a professional sitter. So it gives me a flavor of the amount of movement, and we seem to be training in this part of the world, we're training our children to sit still and be quiet from ridiculously early ages. In the Scandinavian countries, it's later, thank goodness. In the Southern Hemisphere, sports isn't allowed to be done with shoes until teenage years, so there are certain pockets of the world that seem to be so much more logical, so much more commonsensical.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we seem to applaud sitting, not moving, and being quiet whilst listening to instructions coming in.
Yeah, I was really, I don't know how to describe it, dismayed.
It's a good word.
In reception, when that was the norm. Olivia is a sucker for authority, so she was okay with sitting down and listening. But I mean, the consequences is that you would act like a proper monkey at home. But when I talk to the teacher, that's what they do in reception. They instruct the children to sit quietly and listen. Whoa. And here is a story that I've never told before. We come from Leeds, West Yorkshire, and there, where we were living, there weren't lots of nice primary schools. So we thought, okay, we'll pay for Olivia to go to grammar school. And there was the interview with a child. They meet the child and talk to the child and all. 2 days before, she was unwell at the hospital, something. So we went there, the interview, and the lady took her by the hand into a different room to talk to her and all the rest of that. But I said to the lady, the teacher, I'm so sorry, she was unwell 2 days ago and she might not be at her best, kind of thing. So she took her, she came back and she said, she's amazing, she's brilliant. I was like, really? Even in her best state, she's not that amazing. Oh, really? Okay, well, what happened? The best education that can money afford in Yorkshire. She sat still, the teacher said. She sat still, listened carefully, and she did what she was told. I'm not paying money for that, love.
Yeah, I speak, when I see adults, I say, when last you went on a swing, when last you made yourself dizzy. These are elements of movement that are spontaneous in a child and then it's almost like they're crushed out of us. They become forgotten because sitting still is the prerequisite.
You've also said that much of what you do should be standard, conventional, and widespread. But it's not. So what's holding the movement industry back?
I wonder, I've got a consultant friend who is a clinical lead in his field. And he said to me that the problem is we are rewarded, as in promoted, by our specialization. So the only way we can climb up the career ladder is by specializing. So I specialize in, knees or sacrums or backs or shoulders or whatever it might be. And we are anatomized. So we become body parts because of this person does this and this person does this and this person does this physical side and this person does this mental side. And we just separate. It's jobs, and which is absolutely fine. And then there needs to be somebody else that comes along and brings all of that expertise together again and makes wholeness within the separateness. That's what's missing. I don't know how to get there, but I think that at least can we just get our ducks in a row? We now know about movement development not being just for the infant. We know this now. Sadly, the NFL players, with all of their upsetness and their damage and the film being made of it, there's 2 films actually being made of the same thing. They now know that our precious heads and the insides of them are so precious that we don't want to have rugby tackling until a certain age. Apparently, when your head's 14 years old, maybe you can cope with bashing of heads together. Because I think you can now, it's non-contact until a certain age. But then apparently you can still carry on. A football, when I worked with the first pro footballer, I was astonished at the weight of an actual football. You bump your head against this, flying in the opposite direction and send it in the opposite direction to that. Oh my goodness. And they know about this, but they can't ban heading because the sport loves it, but the brain does not. So but if you go in with your eyes wide open, so if you're an adult, you think, no, do you know what? I'm going to head the ball. But children are doing this and they don't know, and they're not going in with their eyes wide open, because that fundamental level of understanding of bodies innately, just the innateness, I know I keep repeating myself, but it's all it is. It's a DNA-driven timeline. It's fundamental, foundational movement patterns. They start reflexively. They morph into a level of, I can make the shape, but I'm not held ransom to it. I can make other shapes. I can make that shape, and I can make complicated shapes. But it started with a reflexive shape. And we need to make sure that we can make that shape and not have to make it. It's not even difficult. Yes. And we need to start there. And we're missing, it's being missed because it's being it's just another body part, but it's an age.
Amazing. That's brilliant. Helen Hall, where can we find you, please?
Well, I am now better. The last couple of years on social media has been, I'm a bit of a dinosaur and it's been a struggle, but I am now on Insta. I even know my Insta name now.
Wow.
Oh my goodness me. I know my YouTube. I know my YouTube one. So the YouTube is at the PFM Way.
Yes, of course.
And I'm trying to have longer conversations. I've been trying to help on Insta, but I know the data. The attention span, on average, 23 seconds. I'm trying to help in less than 60 seconds. I don't allow my reels to be longer than 60 seconds because I know that not everybody will stay long enough. I hope to be helpful, but the attention span is so small.
That's very, very sad, I think.
But I want to help because it's not difficult to help. Some cases are very complex, but so many aren't. And it's just sorting out, okay, just check it off. If it's fine, you've spent, I don't know, half an hour checking to make sure everything's fine.
Yes.
And how difficult can it be? And it can be done at schools. And then to go back to that point, the child who doesn't move doesn't need to be that same person their entire lives. You can wake up whatever element of movement development is keeping them not moving. It can be woken up. So then they become part of whatever team they get drawn to. Yeah. And it was a discombobulation within their system, a discoordination within their system that was holding them back. Not them that I don't want to move. Movement was challenging for them, so they didn't move. But if they're in the movement development timeline, why was it challenging for them? It's not difficult to change. And the brain scientists tell us the sky is the limit. We expect greatness.
Brilliant. We will add all your social media links and, of course, your website in the description. Helen, you have this extraordinary gift to make what most people find difficult or challenging into something simple. You have helped thousands of patients when they felt stuck in chronic pain, not by coming up with quick fixes, but by enabling them to rediscover what their bodies already knew. And you reminded us today that movement isn't just about running, it's how we go through life with intuition, curiosity, and also optimism, because optimism is such an underrated value. Your work is a masterclass in challenging old, outdated beliefs and also empowering all of us to find our intuition again. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure.